million metric ton that we are also burning. So it's becoming as an issue in West Bengal too as well. So we need to be wake up before it's becoming as a serious problem. This is another, that's how that one income, and then how this residue burning is show all red and blue. That it's a problem of residue burning in especially Haryana and Punjab. And if you look at that, zero tillage is helping. And I will tell you next slides that's how that's happy seed is helping to reducing the residue burning biomass. So if you look at that, the pattern of biomass. So if you look at the pattern of biomass burning now in Haryana, in northwest India, is decreasing, but is increasing in eastern as well as in southern part of India. And that is the serious concern because it's moving towards to there. And if you look at in Haryana, the fire points, and counts that decreased from 2015 to 2020, and that's becoming as one of the most contributing is happy sugar. This is again, if you look at in Punjab, it's same scenario. That counts are decreasing, and in Haryana also that's same. This is same as showing in different form. So if you look at in 2020, that's it's most, I would say that's least burning as compared to other years. So reduction is there, and that's coming due to right policy and Supreme Court orders, and that we will call as a kind of like implementation effectively by the government agencies, and all kind of efforts are coming, and that's why that reduction is happening. It's very nice if you guys on CA West Bengal platform, just one video is posted by Amal, how the happy seeder is working in West Bengal, and it's very nice videos they post how is operating in the field. But I will show what is happy seeder. It's a very short video. Hope this will work. Just I'm taking 1 second. My edit is removed, so I will putting just. So this is the video. That's how happy seeder is working, and it's very nice to see that's this video. So this is Punjab. So I would like to be highlight also that this is the SMS that distributing, this residue as a uniform across the field. Thank you, and hope everybody is able to see that video. And this is the happy seeder. So through happy seeder, we can achieve many things. That one is a zero window between two crops. The day we will harvest crop, similar the same time exactly, we can also sow on our next crop. And that is more important in West Bengal, where we have a more cropping intensity. That's farmers don't have time or don't wastage time to be kind of to field preparations and take 15 days. That will delay the planting of next crop, and that's have impact on yield and then biomass and everything. So that's the happy seeder that we are talking. And how we will do that, because First, we need to understand the challenges. So first, we need to understand challenges at community level, how we can address challenges for policy, challenges for government level, challenge for environmental and health and all. And then we prioritize and frame that how we can address these challenges that can be help to the farmers, government, as well as also environment, and then also contribute to the SDGs and all. And then we should be not to be target technology, rather than we explore the window of opportunity within the existing system, rather than to be try to be replace the whole system. That's not going to be happen. Do not, we should not reinvest the wheel, rather than we will talk about the just, how we can find a available solution that we call low hanging fruits that can go easily to the farmers, and that's give more confidence to the communities. We should also test and validate what option has single win, what option has multiple wins, what option has double wins, and then accordingly we will design our research and give the options to the farmers and demonstrate how the solutions you are advocating are unusual, what value is being added. If there is no value is being added for the farmers for profitability, they don't care about the environment. If values is not adding to in their income, if value is not adding in immediate benefit for them, maybe it's very difficult to adopt by that. So we need to work, that's how we can sell them that these are the immediate benefits and long-term benefits, and analyze and reanalyze what is critical for farmers, society, and government individually, add in a tandem. And then we should always, when we talk about options and technology, we always must put as a kind of reference as a conventional, so we can tell and we can demonstrate them that this is conventional and these are the benefits in conventional and these are the additional benefits in what we are saying about technology of conservation agriculture and happy seed. This is the paper that quoted by Pratibha that's appeared in Science, and then Simit was one of the part on that analysis. And this is came from the, again, from happy seeder studies in Punjab and Haryana, and it was a very rigorous studies. And if you look at that, it's different options. So one option that in situ management plus incorporation, ex situ management, and then bond. There are four options we're looking. And if you look at in management, that is green. If it's like super SMS and then manual spreading, both options were taken, and then happy seeder and other farming inputs, harvesting and outputs. It gives one is SMS, two is manual HS, happy seeder. Then we have a rotavator, and then rotavator is what's required. It's first seeder, then rotavator, or either burning and then rotavator and disc harrow time many times and all. It requires a lot of land preparations and still farmer facing of residue decomposition. Then we have a XT2, that baling, stubble seeder, and then rake and bale, and that's also. So if you look at all these options and how they are profit, if you look at that burning and stubble and saver, and that's also again tillage and all, that's not profitable. But if you look at all options, it was well compared, and then happy seeder with SMS, it's extra manager spreader plus happy seeder sowing is the one of the most appropriate solution for residue burning in Northwest India. Then mulch for manual, happy seeder and that well, and bale and all. But if you talk about like incorporations and then all these kind of burnings are the least, profitable to the farmers. And that gives, and that's appear in Science. So this is clear that at present, maybe in future we will have more options, but in current scenario, the best option is happy seeder. That's when we combine harvest with SMS and then sown with happy seeder is the most profitable to the farmers. And if you look at that, why is that? If you look at the subsidies, because when we'll talk about incorporate and rotavator, then we have to give two subsidies. Then one is on rotavator and then on other implements. And then also we lose incorporations and then it's burn as well and all. And this is not cost, it's cost of production, cultivation is very high as compared to, SMS and happy seeder. If you look at that greenhouse gas emissions, no comparison. How it's contributing, burning, and then incorporate. It's this most costlier to environment. The burning plus disc, and then all these options are not environment friendly. But happy seeder is one of the most favorable and most ideal for clean environment. If you look at that particulates that we are talking, how much is produced, and happy seeder is produced the least particulates in the air. And then water withdrawals, and again it also saves water because it keeps mulch, and that's stop that evapotranspirations and then evaporations, and that helps to keep more moisture in the soil and reduce the water requirement as well. So these are the options. That's how this happy seeder is contributing in different aspects. I would like to be also give the example recent in last year. That's how it's contributed, this year itself, sorry, last year, harvest of that. And the survey from the farmers, not survey, is directly monitored and, monitored by the, research and then farmer together. And look at that, the happy seeder is giving almost like, I would say 2 to 300 kg higher yield, or even 500 kg higher yield, 0.5 ton yield, as compared to conventional system where we are talking about rotavator and burnings and disc and so on. So this is also giving higher yield. This is another paper recently came in Nature, and that's how conservation agriculture can contribute in sustainable development goals. So it can be contributes that's due to higher, in no poverty, in no hunger, good health and well-being due to getting good quality environments and the nutritional food, gender equality, clean water and sanitization, I would say affordable and clean energy, decent work, and economic growth, climate actions. Definitely it gives clean environments to burning that we are facing issues, and life and land that improves soil health, and finally partnership for the goals of all SDGs. Why that's how we are talking. If you look at our SRFSI data from the number of large on-farm trials that we had, and we published in very good journals, that its publications are available with us now. And if you look at that in overall summarization, I would say it gives 5 to 10% system yield gain. We reduced 8 to 17% irrigation water, especially in dry winter crops. Definitely no doubt about labor savings, and that's clearly coming from our results, that 26 to 40% labor savings we achieved. We achieved 46 to 62% energy. We farmers get higher 16 to 56% higher profitability, and then we are able to reduce 11 to 16% CO2 equivalent emissions to the environment. So that's why Kasi we are talking is more economically in all aspects. It's eco-friendly, and it's give better. That's how it's contributing in 10 SDGs that we were talking in previous slides. This is another same sustainable nature that's showing that sometimes we are saying that conservation agriculture or zero tillage and happy seeder works only for wheat, not for rice, not for maize, not for lentil, not for mustard, not for other crops, and not for jute. But if you look at that in West Bengal, how that technology is taking boom or advancing in jute cultivation, that's wonderful. But this paper is analyzing that it works in on-farm and on-station, clearly shows that it gives higher grain yield, higher protein yield, higher water use efficiency, net economic returns. It works also, for different cropping systems, either rice wheat, maize wheat, rice maize, oil seeds, and then pulses and all crops. It works better way as compared to the conventional system. It's worked in all soils as well, except in coarse sandy soils, which is coming from Punjab, because in coarse sandy soils, if you go for DSR, it's not works well. And that's why results are mixed. But otherwise, coarse sandy soils, it works on all soil types as well. If you look at how we look the opportunities of window, So when we'll talk about happy seeder, when we talk about combined harvest, and then we are reducing the gaps of windows, then we'll creating a window to introducing third and fourth crops. And that's the window will give the more opportunity to improve the farmers' nutrition, farmers' profitability, and farmers' productivity. And that gives that how we have a different cropping system in rice wheat, rice maize, rice wheat, mung bean. But we have this conservation agriculture, then we will get a window of like to introduce rice wheat, mung bean where we are. So if we talk about like in Kuch Bihar, mung bean is not possible due to high rainfall areas, but jute is one of the most, I think it's help also to restoring soil health, but also giving farmers is a cash crop. It's a fiber crop, and it also helps that it's improve health. The rice, lentil, mung bean, and rice, lentil, jute. So these are the window that we are creating, and that can be created only through by adopting the conservation agriculture. This is paper again from SRFSI that's appear in renewable and sustainable energy reuse, and then how this CASI that we are talking is helping in different aspects. And if here is on over to the conventional system, so T2 is our partial conservation agriculture. Maybe you know what we are talking about. Partial conservation means when we'll talk about Aman season, then it's conventional. When we'll talk about dry winter crops, then it's zero tillage. So it's a mix. T3 and T4 are complete CASI. That's we are maintaining conservation agriculture in both crops and in all cropping, or 3 crops or in 4 crops, and that gives higher grain yields. We'll get total energy. It's almost like we reduced 12 to 14% energy saved. CO2 equivalent emissions again is around 10 to 12%. As again energy productivity is higher. It's again water irrigation, same as we talk. Change in total water, change in water productivity. We can improve water productivity. Change in labor, it's again around up to 40%. We can reduce the labor requirement. Change in production cost, and then finally it's improve farmers' profitability. If you look at this paper also, it's very good. Generally, it's very clear thumb rules. That's most of all publications said that when we'll increase the level of farm management, we also increase the global warming potential. But recent publication and recent studies that we are doing conservation agriculture, that clearly shows that with kind of like increasing the level of management, but also increasing the productivity and profitability, we can also get with less, with environmental or global warming potential. So this is farmers' practice that gives very high, global warming potential. But this is partial CA that's reduced further. This is full CA within the same existing system, and it's further reduced when we'll talk about diversify the existing system with CA. So that's way we can also reduce the global warming potential in our area. This is from SRFSI data. It clearly shows that we can get higher net income and productivity with less CO2 emissions. And that's only achieved through conservation agriculture. We cannot achieve without that. So we can get with less, with less inputs, we can get more output, and that's CSAs, and that's why it's giving less higher productivity and profitability with less CO2 emissions. I will go through quick climate risk. That's how happy seeder can help to mitigate and adapt the climate, and resiliency. If you look at that, this is leaf water potentials, and then photosynthesis. When we'll talk about with residue and without residue, clearly shows that we can have kind of like less leaf water potential under where we have a residue, because it keeps soil moisture. So our leaves, plants and remains turgid, and then shows less, leaf water potential, and higher photosynthesis rates in wheats. When we'll talk about terminal heats, if you look at the end of the seasons, where you can see the green plots is with residue, where we'll see the dry plots is without residue. And that's because green plots is having the ability, because there's more moisture available in the soil, so it's also transpire more waters, and that transpired water keeps the microclimate cool, and that's cooling effect is 3 to 4 degrees Celsius. and that will help to mitigate with our terminal heats when we have in end of March or in April. If you look this it's one of the best, because seeing is believing, and this was happened in 2014-15 in Haryana and Punjab. In one day there was a more than 80 centimeter rain, not 80 centimeters, sorry, 80 yes, it was 80 rainfall in a 1 hour, and then most of floors were flooded, and those farmers adopted zero rotavator. You can see crop were waterlogged and crop was burned due to waterlogging. But those farmers adopted happy seeder and residue. Water infiltration was very high. There was no stagnation of water, and crop was no suffer at all. And you can see that there is no effect on crop. But due to faulty policy, what happened here? Because those farmers, got more effect on their crops, they got more incentives from the government as they adopted rotavator as a red technology. But those farmers adopted happy seeder, they didn't get any incentives because they adopted happy seeder and their crop was not suffered. But it must be vice versa. Those farmers adopting green technology, they should get more incentives rather than those farmers adopting red technologies. This is the scientific kind of same photographs results that is in scientific way it's presented, and you can see where we have a residue and happy seeder they got affected less, and where we have a rotavator farmers are affected more. This is example clear. You can see this is after just rain, and in wheat again in 2019. This is from, so far I know, it's from Bisa, Ludhiana. You can see it's this side is only difference. The date of sowing is different, crop variety is different. Only difference is here is happy seeder, no tillage. Here is conventional tillage. You can see that in conventional tillage, water is still stagnation, and that will affect crop. But here there is no water. So it improves our infiltrations of soil, and that infiltration or percolation it improves. That also helps to improve or recharge to our aquifers as well. This is a again logging in 2019 and 20 of wheat. Again, due to that, those farmers adopted rotavator. Look at that percentage of lodging of crop. But those farmers adopted happy seeder is minimal, lodging was there. And this is from Haryana and Punjab, that as well. This is about maize, and then again you can see the maize there. It's in conventional versus in no-till permanent beds, where farmers is getting more advantage, and crop is more happy as compared to where conventional fresh beds were there. Just I will go quickly with the other properties. It's already said by Dr. Chirantanji. That's how it improves soil organ carbon and others. This is the 9 or 10 years study in canal that shows that's how it improves surface soil carbon with residue retentions and all with time. So that is also improves carbon. That's also not only improves carbon but also improves N, P, and K, because K is one of the most critical inputs coming from the crop residues, and that improves K availability in the soils, and also improves its soil quality index overall. This is about how it's maintained or buffering the soil temperatures. Where we have a residue, we will look at that conventional versus residue and zero tillage with residue retention. If you look at that in morning, that temperature is reverse not in conventional, but in evening this is real. So in evening that keeps cooler in residue where we have a plots, but in morning it keeps more warmer. So it's moderate around 5 to 6 degrees Celsius of surface soil temperature, and that will help to better root activities, better plant to root uptake of water, nutrients and all, and biological activities. Same way is that less soil metric potentials where we have a residue as compared to where we don't have a residue. It also improves bacteria, fungi, and actinomyces. And if you can look at the data of long term, that it improves 26% bacteria. It improves 61 to 68% of fungi, and then it also improves actinomyces around 92 to 90%. We have also which kind of bacteria, fungi, and actinomyces are having beneficial effects in conservation agriculture. I don't want to show here, it's no time, but it also improves, beneficial bacteria, fungi, and actinomycetes as well. If you look at the comparison, because nowadays another, worst part, that without any scientific evidence proves that new machine is coming as a super seeder. Super seeder is exactly is a rotavator, and that is coming with with line seeding and machine. This is little bit more mechanism and it requires more energy. So look at the comparison. It requires higher horsepower. It requires more fuel consumption, almost double. Its field capacity hour is when we can plant 1 hectare in through epicenter, we can plant only 0.5 hectare in through this epicenter. So all options, and then look at that cost saving on planting is getting almost 50,000 as compared to this way. So this is kind of like we must talk about scientific evidence-based policies rather than to giving everything like without study. And what is this again? Super seeder like rotavator. It's kind of like business oriented push, not scientific based push, and that's why it's happening. And I'm coming again. What is happening here? So again, the other options that we are talking, this is a super seeder, is taking more energy. Even farmers now taking, farmers are farmer. So what they are doing, they are first burning and then using this, what we call that super seeder. And then again, what is happening again? Baling, we are talking about that how baling is economical, because it's not easy to, we take those baling out from the other. So farmers, what did? Farmers got the subsidies, incentives on the name of baling, and after getting subsidies, they burn and then they, go whatever they want. So we need to be look at that, what kind of policy we need to be promote as well. For all this, we need to have a very good business model. And I would say that this is one of the best example that we have in Northwest Bengal is how we catalyze these farmers clubs and farmer groups. And then we have a now further opportunity to strengthen them for Happy Seeder services. It's already started. That's a Mile Club is already started with Happy Seeder. He just posted one video as well how he's working in fields. But we need to work more with them closely, rather than we will be in back and then keep this farmers group in front and then helping on all kind of aspect, on policy aspect, on access to machines, giving them machinery kind of centers, capacity building, technical backstoppings and all. And whatever we have a scheme, we will implement through them. So that will help to create, again, another enabling environment for the Happy Seeder and Kasi in West Bengal. We will, talk about science, key on scaling. So we must always involve key actors at all stages. They must own the process and program that include policy, communities, research, extensions, as well as societies, and then local governance and so on. So converge residue management activities with government mega priorities and investments. We cannot run without that. So here we are already as a good team in West Bengal. We are working together as government, as well as research, as well as extension together. And I'm hope that we will have kind of putting another best example in West Bengal or in India. That's how West Bengal is taking ahead in this, addressing the issues of residue burning and Kasi and soil health and all. We always, working with champions is not necessary, but we will work for all kind of resource farmers, not only resources farmers and all. And that's, we need to be work for all. We should be open for that. How we will work and how it will be, because in West Bengal now we are having combines. So this is right time to introduce SMS, even in small combines, and that will help to distribute uniformly. So Happy Seeder can work very well. And that we need to raise this, take further with policy makers and decision makers, that they must be put SMS as a kind of mandatory for all combines. We need to identify burning hotspots that can be, more closely monitor and then work with them closely. That's how we can address those issues. And then we tell that, burning is not a good for them, not for good for environment, not good for soil, and not good for other aspects. right targeting of ex situ and in situ practices. We are not saying that we will not work on ex situ, but we will work on ex situ those who are more feasible and economical to the farmers. And we must always, avoid the overlaps and counterproductivity as well as, conflicts that, like we are talking about rotavator and super seeders and all. Monitoring of custom hiring centers for their accountability and efficiency. That's we are already in good because our this farmers club and producer organizations, they are taking lead and they are keeping all records and everything, and they are very efficient in that aspect. They are giving from C2C as a single window services to the farmers. Mechanism for absentee farmers, that's maybe it's important, but incentive for ecosystem services on carbon credit basis, not for like rotavator and all. Those farmers using green technology, they should get more benefits rather than those who are using red technology and that. Technology packages for applications on wheat needs to be standardized in terms of seed rates, optimization, time, schedule, and we will talk this maybe in after session. And convergence is very, very important, and that's we got very success in West Bengal through this coming as one under umbrella and going through these farmers clubs. That is one of our achievement that we had in our hands already. That is already in place. So we need to be more catalyzed on those, our convergence and all. Formulate list of all internal minister and department and multi-institute team with well-defined roles and responsibility. That is also we have a good team in West Bengal that we are working and linking subsidy, electricity, fertilizers, and Kisan, Sambandh Nidhi with residue burning and all. And capacity and development, it's always should be in front. I will skip this. So that's I want to say. So I don't want to say this, that everybody knows that how CASI is important, that you improve, system yield, water efficiency, energy use, labor efficiency, and with additional benefit of environment and all. It provide opportunity of rural youth. How we can see in West Bengal that farmers clubs they are getting their self-sustained through their giving services and as a micro entrepreneurships. Need to be updated to local farming systems and environment geography that we talked, and institutional we talked, and then needs strong governance and policy support to ensure full benefits of the success and capacity. Thank you very much for listening me and bearing me, and I will also thankful to maybe Patraji is still there, and then my this session chair Panditji for giving this opportunity. Thank you very much, and open for discussion and questions. Over to you, sir, organizers, Apurvaji. Sir, we are not hearing.
अच्छा ठीक है. Heartiest thanks to Dr. Mahesh Kumar Katala for his excellent deliberations with facts and figures, and I hope your excellent deliberations will enrich us attending the program physically as well as virtually, and I hope you will be with us in course of next deliberations, and will attend the entire program. And now I would like to request Dr. Rajat Chatterjee, Assistant Director of Agriculture Training, to share his experiences in this matter, and would like to request all the participants to listen to his deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. মানে এই যে ওয়ার্কশপ, সেই ওয়ার্কশপে বলতে পারার যে সুযোগটা পাচ্ছি, সেটার জন্য ওয়ার্কশপের যারা আয়োজক তাদেরকে বিশেষ করে ধন্যবাদ জানাচ্ছি। আমি মূলত কৃষি দপ্তরে কাজ করা এবং এসআরএফএসআই প্রকল্পের মাধ্যমে যে ধরনের সংরক্ষণ কৃষির কাজের সঙ্গে যুক্ত থাকতে পেরেছি, সেই কাজগুলোর কৃষকদের সঙ্গে থাকার যে সৌভাগ্যটা হয় বা হয়েছে, সেই সৌভাগ্যের কিছু অংশ তুলে ধরার চেষ্টা করছি। এখানে আমি মাননীয় উপাচার্য, বিধানচন্দ্র কৃষি বিশ্ববিদ্যালয়, আমাদের মাননীয় শ্রী সজল ঘোষ স্যার বলেছেন যে বিভিন্ন অপশনগুলো কি হতে পারে বা সেইগুলোর বিষয়ে আলোচনা বা বোঝার বিষয় আছে, সেটা অবশ্যই আছে। তো তার সঙ্গে মাঠের অভিজ্ঞতা থেকে এটা মনে হয়েছে যে কৃষকদের কাছে সঠিক প্রযুক্তি সঠিকভাবে উপস্থাপিত হলে সেটা কৃষকের কাছে গ্রহণযোগ্য হয়। কৃষক সেটাকে তার নিজের জমির জন্য, কারণ কৃষক তার জমিটার উপরেই থাকেন, আমরা সবাই জানি সেটা। তো সেই জমিটার জন্য তিনি যেটা করা দরকার সেটা করতে ইচ্ছুক থাকেন। আমরা এই শুরুটাতে যেটা, সেখানে এই ডাবল বার্নিং আটকানোর জন্য যে ধরনের উদ্যোগগুলো, বিভিন্ন রকমের বহুমাত্রিক উদ্যোগ, কোনো একমাত্রিক উদ্যোগ এই নাড়া পোড়ানোর বিষয়টিকে সম্পূর্ণভাবে আটকাতে পারবে বলে মনে হয় না, বা কোনো বিশেষ নির্দেশিকা নির্দিষ্টভাবে বলে দেওয়া হলো যে এটা কৃষকদের শাস্তি হবে বা ইত্যাদি, এটা আমি ব্যক্তিগতভাবে মনে করি না যে তাতে কিছু সুবিধা হবে। বরং কৃষকদের সামনে বহুবিধ অপশন, সুযোগ রাখলে কৃষকরা সেগুলো গ্রহণ করবে। এখানে স্ক্রিনের যে অংশটি আছে, সেখানে একদম বাঁদিকে দেখবেন একজন কৃষক তার মাঠে আছেন, তিনি সরষা চাষ করেছেন, যেটা শূন্য কর্ষণে চাষ করেছেন। এক্ষেত্রে শূন্য কর্ষণে চাষের যে পরিধি, সেটাকে অনেকটা বিস্তৃত করার জায়গা আছে বলে মনে করি। শুধুমাত্র কৃষি যন্ত্র নির্ভর শূন্য কর্ষণে চাষ নয়, কৃষকের প্রথাগত পদ্ধতিতে শূন্য কর্ষণে চাষ, সেটাকেও যেখানে যেরকম গ্রহণযোগ্য সেটাকেও কৃষক গ্রহণ করতে বা কৃষকের জায়গাটাকে একটু ভেবে দেখার প্রয়োজন আছে বলে মনে হয়। দ্বিতীয় ছবি যেটা আছে, সেটা আধুনিকতম পদ্ধতি। আজকের দিনেও দাঁড়িয়ে কোচবিহারে হ্যাপি সিডার চলছে, গম বপন করা হচ্ছে। তো এটা কিছুদিন আগে কোচবিহারে হ্যাপি সিডারে এই বছরে গম বপনের পরের ছবি। ফসলের চেহারা যথেষ্ট ভালো আছে। তৃতীয় ছবিতে একটি পার্টিসিপেটরি ক্যাম্পেইন, এটা কৃষকের অংশগ্রহণ ছাড়া, কৃষকের সম্মতি ছাড়া, কৃষকের সচেতনতা ছাড়া এই ধরনের কাজ সম্পূর্ণ হতে পারে না। তো সেই জন্য একটি পার্টিসিপেটরি ক্যাম্পেইন, যেখানে কৃষক নিজে বুঝছেন যে না, আমি নাড়া পোড়াই না। চতুর্থ ছবিতে কৃষি দপ্তর বিপুল উদ্যোগ গ্রহণ করেছেন, সর্বতভাবে উদ্যোগ গ্রহণ করেছেন। সেখানে তার একটা অংশ এটা লিফলেট আকারে বিষয়টাকে উপস্থাপিত করা, বিভিন্ন অপশনগুলো, সুযোগগুলো কৃষকের সামনে উপস্থাপিত করা। মাঠে কাজ করতে গিয়ে এই দুটো ছবি দেখেছি। আমাদের উত্তরবঙ্গে ধানের নাড়া পোড়ানো এই বিষয়টি এইভাবে ঘটে, এরকম নয় যে যেখানে কম্বাইন হারভেস্টার ভিত্তিক যেটা উত্তর পশ্চিম ভারতবর্ষের যে সমস্যা, সেই ধরনের সমস্যা এখনো উত্তরবঙ্গের বহু অঞ্চলে ধান কাটার পরে বড় আকারে আছে বলে আমার চোখে পড়েনি। বরং যেটা আছে সেটা হচ্ছে এইরকম ভাবে নাড়া পোড়ানো। আমাদের এখানে জমিতে গম কাটার পরের যে নাড়াটি থাকে সেখানে আগুন দেওয়ার একটা প্রবণতা কৃষকদের মধ্যে আছে। তো এই দুটো ছবিতে কৃষকের সঙ্গে কথা বলতে গিয়ে এই দ্বিতীয় যে ছবিটি আছে সেটি কৃষকের জমিতে, যেখানে গত 2 বছর ধরে সংরক্ষণ কৃষিতে বিভিন্ন ফসল ধারাবাহিকভাবে চাষ করা হয়েছিল। এই স্ক্রিনের দ্বিতীয় ছবিটি সেই জমি থেকে নেওয়া। তো যখন দুটো ছবি কৃষকের সামনে উপস্থাপিত করা হয় তখন কৃষকের চয়েস স্বাভাবিকভাবেই আপনারা নিজেরাও বুঝতে পারছেন যে কৃষক কোনটিকে পছন্দ করবেন। তো এই জায়গাটায় মানে আমাদের নিজেদের বিশ্বাস করা এবং কৃষককে বিশ্বাস করতে সাহায্য করা, এই দুটো জায়গায় এই অংশটি বোধহয় গুরুত্বপূর্ণ। মাঠে বিভিন্ন সময় কাজ করবার সময় বা ঘুরে বেড়ানোর সময় আমরা এগুলো বিভিন্ন জায়গায় দেখতে পাই। আমাদের কোচবিহার, জলপাইগুড়ি বা এই সমস্ত জায়গায় বিপুল এলাকা আছে বা যারা টমেটো চাষ করেন তারা কিন্তু একদম প্রথম ছবিতে তারা টমেটো চাষ করছেন এইভাবেই এবং করেন তারা এইভাবে। এটা প্রথাগত পদ্ধতি টমেটো চাষ করার। অর্থাৎ আমি আবারও শুরুতে যেটা বলছিলাম, যেমন আমাদের যন্ত্র নির্ভর সংরক্ষণ কৃষির দিকে বিজ্ঞানসম্মতভাবে অগ্রসর হওয়ার প্রয়োজন আছে, ঠিক তেমনি কৃষকের যে প্রথাগত পদ্ধতি সেইগুলোকেও সংরক্ষণ কৃষির সপক্ষে যে প্রথাগত পদ্ধতি সেগুলোকেও মানে লালন পালন করা প্রয়োজন আছে। তার সঙ্গে দ্বিতীয় ছবি খুব একটি কমন ছবি, যেটা কমন ছবি না হলেও মানে অনেক কৃষকের মধ্যে প্রবণতা এখন দেখা যাচ্ছে যারা দীর্ঘকালীন ফসল করেন। এখানে কচুর ছবি দেখানো আছে। কচু অনেকদিন ধরে জমিতে থাকে, সেই জমিগুলোতে সেচের অসুবিধা, আগাছানাশক ব্যবহারের প্রয়োজনীয়তা এবং মানে অন্যান্য সমস্যা বলতে কীটশত্রুর আক্রমণ বা ইত্যাদি, এইগুলোর থেকে কৃষকের অভিজ্ঞতা কৃষক দেখেছেন যে এইভাবে যদি জমিটিকে ঢেকে দেওয়া যায় তাহলে তার ফসল ভালো হচ্ছে এবং তার যে সেচের প্রয়োজনীয়তা কম হচ্ছে ইত্যাদি। এইগুলো কৃষকের সঙ্গে কথা বলতে গিয়ে কৃষকের মন্তব্য এইগুলো। তৃতীয় ছবি একই রকম, চতুর্থ ছবিও একই রকম। তো এইরকম বেশ কিছু ছবি যেগুলো কৃষকের মাঠ থেকে পাওয়া যায়, যেটা কৃষকরা ব্যবহার করেন বা করছেন, নিজেরা ব্যবহার করছেন, আমরা এই জায়গাগুলোকে আরেকটু লালন পালন করতেই পারি। এবার সামান্য কয়েকটি ছবি যেগুলো আমরা সবাই জানি, এখানে বিশিষ্ট বিজ্ঞানীরা উপস্থিত আছেন। তো এই ছবিগুলো বিজ্ঞানীদের কাছ থেকে আমরা এসআরএফএস প্রজেক্টের মধ্য দিয়ে যে প্রযুক্তিগুলোকে হাতে পেয়েছি সেই প্রযুক্তিগুলোকে মাঠ স্তরে প্রয়োগের ছবি যারা করেছেন। প্রথম ছবি মুসুরি ডাল, দ্বিতীয় ছবি ভুট্টা, তৃতীয় ছবিতে গম, এটা গত বছরের গম, জাত DBW 187, এবং লাস্টের যে ছবিটি সেটি গত বছরে কোচবিহারে হওয়া হ্যাপি সিডার যন্ত্রে পাট। তো এই সুফলগুলো কৃষকদের মধ্যে দেখা যাচ্ছে এবং কৃষকরা এগুলোকে কিন্তু গ্রহণ করছেন, এবং আমরা যদি আরো একটু বেশি গুছিয়ে কৃষকদের সামনে উপস্থাপিত করতে পারি, সেটা আমার ধারণা বা আমরা যারা মাঠে কাজ করি তাদের ধারণা যে কৃষকদের উপকার হবে। আরো কিছু উপায়, মটরশুঁটি পয়রা পদ্ধতিতে, যেখানে জমিতে পর্যাপ্ত পরিমাণে নাড়া রেখে এই মটরশুঁটিটি কৃষক চাষ করছেন, যেটা তার অন্যান্য অনেক বেনিফিট আছে। আমরা এইখানে এই যে সভা, সেই সভার যে বিষয় তার মধ্যে সেটিতে এই অপশনে নাড়া পোড়ানোর কোনো চিন্তা কৃষক মাথায় আনেন না। দ্বিতীয়, এই স্লাইডের দ্বিতীয় ছবি, সেটা হচ্ছে কৃষক লাইনে সরষা করছেন। কৃষকেরই ভাবনার কাছাকাছি এই ধরনের কাজগুলো, যেখানে কৃষককে আগাছানাশক কম ব্যবহার করতে হচ্ছে এবং সেচের প্রয়োজন কম হচ্ছে। এই ধরনের বিষয়গুলো যত আমরা কৃষকের সঙ্গে আলোচনা করি, আরো বেশি করে যেতে পারবো, তত মনে হয় যে নাড়া পোড়ানোর ব্যাপারে যে সামগ্রিক চেষ্টা, সেই চেষ্টা আরো বেশি করে গতি পেতে পারে। কৃষি দপ্তর থেকে অন্য বিকল্পের কথা, যেটা শুরুতে আলোচনা হয়েছে বা উল্লেখ হয়েছে, সেখানে এই বিকল্পটি আমরা এই মুহূর্তে কোচবিহার জেলায় প্রায়োগিক জায়গায় আছি, প্রাথমিক প্রয়োগের জায়গায় আছি। তো এই যে ক্যাপসুল, ডিকম্পোজার ক্যাপসুল, তার মাঠে প্রয়োগ করা হয়েছে। দেখা যাক এরপরে কি দাঁড়ায় আমাদের এবারে প্রথম অভিজ্ঞতা। এটা কতগুলো বিষয় প্রায় শেষের দিকেই চলে এসছে। সেখানে হ্যাপি সিডার যন্ত্রে পাট, হ্যাপি সিডার যন্ত্রে গম, এই ফসলগুলি চাষ করতে গিয়ে দেখা গেছে যে এগুলো দারুণ ফসল হচ্ছে এবং কৃষকের জন্য যথেষ্ট পরিমাণ লাভবান হচ্ছেন, মাঠের অবস্থা ভালো হচ্ছে, জমির অবস্থা ভালো হচ্ছে। কিন্তু সেটা দিয়ে কাজ করতে গিয়ে দেখা গেছে যে যদি আরেকটু ছোট হ্যাপি সিডার, যেটা আমাদের এখানে যে কনভেনশনাল ট্রাক্টর আছে, সেই ট্রাক্টর গুলো দিয়ে সাধারণভাবে কৃষক ব্যবহার করতে পারেন। যেমন অন্তত কোচবিহার জেলায় বা উত্তরবঙ্গের বহু জায়গায় নিশ্চয়ই এখন গম তথ্যই বলবে যে শূন্য কর্ষণেই চাষ বেশি হয়, সাধারণ পদ্ধতিতে গম চাষ কম হয়। ঠিক তেমনি পাটের ক্ষেত্রেও তাই, শূন্য কর্ষণে পাট চাষের এলাকা ক্রমাগত বেড়ে যাচ্ছে এবং যারা হ্যাপি সিডারে চাষ করছেন সেই সমস্ত কৃষকদের সঙ্গে কথা বলতে গিয়ে দেখা গেছে যে কৃষকরা বলছেন আমরা হ্যাপি সিডারেই পাট করব, অন্য কোনো পদ্ধতিতে পাট করব না। তো তাদের কাছে একটা মাস স্কেলে নিয়ে যাওয়ার জন্য যদি একটু হ্যাপি সিডারটা একটু ছোট হয়, অর্থাৎ যে ধরনের ট্রাক্টর অ্যাভেলেবেল সেই ধরনের ট্রাক্টরে চলতে পারে, সেটা হলে ভালো হয় মনে হয়েছে। এছাড়া বিভিন্ন সময়ে যারা এই যন্ত্রগুলো চালান তাদের ট্রেনিং ধারাবাহিকভাবে দরকার, কারণ বিভিন্ন সময় বিভিন্ন অসুবিধা বা বিষয়গুলো জানবার বিষয় থাকছে, যেগুলো ধারাবাহিক ট্রেনিং এর প্রয়োজন আছে। এছাড়া যারা যে সমস্ত কৃষকরা এই কাজগুলো চাষের সঙ্গে যুক্ত থাকছেন তাদেরকেও একটু ট্রেনিং বা এক্সপোজারের মধ্য দিয়ে একটু উৎসাহিত করা বা উৎসাহিত রাখার প্রয়োজন রয়েছে। আমাদের এসআরএফএসআই প্রজেক্টের মধ্য দিয়ে, প্রকল্পের মধ্য দিয়ে কৃষি দপ্তর, উত্তরবঙ্গ কৃষি বিশ্ববিদ্যালয় এবং সিমিট, এসিআইআর সবার উদ্যোগে কিছুদিন আগে পর্যন্ত কৃষকের মাঠ স্তরে বিজ্ঞানীরা যে ধরনের প্রযুক্তিগুলোকে আমাদের কাছে দিয়েছিলেন সেইগুলো কৃষককে প্রদর্শিত করায় কৃষকদের মধ্যে কিন্তু একটা উৎসাহ তৈরি হয়েছিল। এবং যেহেতু বিষয়টি প্রযুক্তি নির্ভর, এটা মনে হয়েছে যে আরো কিছুদিন এই ধরনের প্রযুক্তিগুলো কৃষকের মাঠে বা কৃষকের কাছাকাছি গিয়ে প্রদর্শিত হতে পারলে কৃষকের উৎসাহটি বজায় রাখতে সুবিধা হতো। শেষ বিষয় সেটা হচ্ছে যে কৃষকের জমিতে, ছোট প্লটে না, কৃষকের জমিতে, বড় আকারের জমিতে, অন্তত 1 হেক্টর 2 হেক্টর এরকম জমিতে সংরক্ষণ কৃষির অনুসরণ করা হচ্ছে এইরকম স্থায়ী মাঠ যদি তৈরি করা যায়, সেটা হলে যখন তৈরি করা গিয়েছে সেটাতে সুবিধে বাকি কৃষকরা যারা দেখছেন, যারা দেখতে আসছেন, এক্সপোজার ভিজিটে আসছেন, তারা উৎসাহিত হচ্ছেন। তো এগুলো আমরা সবাই জানি। তো এই কটা ওয়ার্কিং জায়গা মনে হয়েছে। যারা মিটিং এর আয়োজন করেছেন উত্তরবঙ্গ কৃষি বিশ্ববিদ্যালয়ের পক্ষ থেকে অপূর্ব চৌধুরী স্যারকে এবং অন্যান্য যারা বিজ্ঞানীরা আছেন, উত্তরবঙ্গ কৃষি বিশ্ববিদ্যালয়ের মাননীয় উপাচার্য মহাশয়কে, বিধানচন্দ্র কৃষি বিশ্ববিদ্যালয়ের মাননীয় উপাচার্য মহাশয়, অন্যান্য যারা বিশিষ্টজন আছেন এবং এই সেশনের যিনি চেয়ার করছেন আমাদের শ্রদ্ধেয় শ্রী প্রণবজ্যোতি পণ্ডিত, অবর কৃষি অধিকর্তা উত্তরবঙ্গ অঞ্চল, তাকে ধন্যবাদ জানিয়ে আমি আমার সংক্ষিপ্ত বক্তব্য শেষ করছি। ধন্যবাদ।
Thanks, Rajat, for your deliberation and sharing your experiences. Now, I came to know that Dr. Tamal Sarkar or Dr. D. Ghosh from Malda is trying their best to be with us, but there is some problem. Under the circumstances, I would like to request the participants attending the program virtually as well as physically to.
Hello. Hello, I'm from Malda, Dr. Thomas Sarkar speaking here. Hello.
Okay, thank you. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Tamal Sarkar to share his experiences.
Okay.
Welcome, Tamal.
Yes. First, I will express my letter of thanks to UBKB and our department and the CIMIT for providing an opportunity to share my experience. After the initiations of the SRSR project in Malda district since 2016 to 2019, a remarkable achievement were found in Malda district. Practically, we have initiated for Government of India, GOA, Department of Agriculture and University, and only 2 nodes, and other CBQ is 3 nodes. And totally, in addition to conservation, no, actually in Malda districts, burning incident is not happening so much. We are getting the 2 way of benefits. Number 1 is benefits. Please. And I am sharing my PowerPoint presentation. Actually, initially, we have very minimum numbers of the farm machineries or farm implements, like some happy seeders or zero seed drill machines. We are giving the alternative option of residue management in absence of CA machineries. Next. Status of seed machinery is happy seeders is 2 in UBKB, multiple crop planter and 18, 7 in farmers club, 4 in individual, 5 in UBKB, 2 in government farms. Next. Next. No tillage surface seeding in followed by the mulching. Actually, when we were started in 2016 to 17, the minimum number of the machineries was there. And after the initiation, we have got the good achievement. And in addition, where the machineries is not available, we adopted the no-tillage surface feeding in mulching, particularly mustard, lentil, wheat, maize, black gram, cumin, and corianders and onions. The remarkable effect was found in the Kalinagar in Gajor, where this practice is followed. They provide a good yield and a better soil management practice was followed by mulching of the straw. In addition to it, a large numbers of crop organic soil organic matter is totally was enriched by this way. Okay, next. Adding up crop residues up to 3 tons per hectare, conservation of soil moisture for longer period of critical growth, stages of the crop by mulching, initial weed control by mulching, avoid crop loss as compared to spider during harvesting, comparative low seed rate as compared to city, and even to map. I am now giving you some photographs. Next. Next. Now I am giving you some practical situations that after the tremendous efforts of the Department of Agriculture, Government of West Bengal, University, UBKB, and CIMIT, and with the special reference thanks to Mr. Topomoy Dhot and our nodal officer, Mr. Sujan Sen, and Mr. Maheshji. In Malda Gajol, it at present is near about 1,500 hectares to 2,000 hectares. The lentil is now showing under these practices. The adoption and dissemination of technology is going through the rapidly after 2019, and it has also enhanced in others in Chatur subdivision. We are very happy to say you that out of 15 blocks, we are now adopting this technology in near about 12 to 13 blocks. In addition, you know quite well that the convergence on Atma project and others like NFSM, OSOP, we adopted such technology in fields and giving a good result. You also very glad to learn that the Maitri variety is popularized by this way, and our department of the West Bengal State Seed Corporation has purchased a lot of quantities of the Maitri seeds produced by these methods from the Uttar Banga Krishi Vishwavidyalaya. And I lastly, once again, convey my greatest thanks to our department, Mr. Sujan Sen Maheshji, and tremendous efforts by Mr. Tapamay Dhar and the UBKB. Thanks to all.
Thanks to Tamal Sarkar for his presentation. Now the session or discussion on problem faced during implementation. I would like to request all the participants to join the program and requesting the participants one by one to participate in this program.
My specific question to Dr. Mahesh Gathala. In the inaugural session, the Honorable Vice Chancellor PCKV has already pointed out that in especially the south part of Bengal, even in few districts in northern part of Bengal, the cropping system is rice followed by potato, followed by boro. So when the potato is grown after rice, how can we manage the crop residues through CA practices? As because potato mostly cultivated through tillage, and there is a same problem lying with the rice residues after harvesting. So can you give your valuable opinion in this regard, Mahesh?
Thank you, Dr. Tapme, and I always expect this kind of questions. Here we are here to, and I said in one of my presentation, we must be prioritize the sites and location and cropping systems, and that's why we try to be address this issue through our one paper that came in Nature, because these conservation agriculture definition, it came from FAO on the basis of rain-fed agriculture, where only one crop is taken in 1 year. But our South Asia system is very complex. So here our conservation agriculture principles and then, situations and then implementation is different strategy as compared to we must stick with 3 principles of CA. So our priority and target here must be how we can remove the eliminating effects from the system, and eliminating effects, even that almond rice, potato and boro still there, how we can reduce that number of tillage and puddling from the system. If we do that, then we will get win-win situations, that if we remove puddling from the both boro and almond, then potato farmers will get higher potato production as well, and also we will sustain our soil for longer. But depends also again soil typology. If low-lying in almond or in boro season, but I can understand where is potato, it's not that much of low-lying. So we should target, like how we can, eliminate the ill effects from the system. And that's through coming from intensive tillage and then compactions and all. One, so that we can save or improve our soil structures and, carbons and all. Another that yes, potato is also possible under no-till system. Just put on surface and then cover by biomass. But that much of biomass can we have? If we have, then no problem to growing potato under conservation agriculture. But practical capability is that we don't have that much of biomass. So our target is to be not looking those options, rather than looking that's how we can remove the ill effects from the system that coming from soil deterioration through puddling and then more tillage and all. So that's my answer. Tapmeji, hope I address your question.
থ্যাংক ইউ মহেশজি। আমি এখন পার্টিকুলারলি যারা বর্ধমানে আছেন কিংবা আমি দেখতে পাচ্ছি এডিএ গঙ্গারামপুর আছেন, গঙ্গারামপুরে কিন্তু কিছু কিছু জায়গাতে আমি দেখেছি যে এই রেসিডিউ বার্নিংটা হয় হুইটের, বিশেষ করে ওরা আমি দেখেছি যে সেখানে রেসিডিউ বার্নিং হয়। সেখানে ফিল্ড লেভেলে ইমপ্লিমেন্টেশনের জন্য যারা ফিল্ড লেভেলে কাজ করছেন তাদের কি অসুবিধা হচ্ছে এবং সেটা কিভাবে ওভারকাম করা যায় সেই ব্যাপারে একটু ডিসকাশন হলে আমার মনে হয় ভালো হবে। আপনারা বাংলাতে কন্টিনিউ করতে পারেন, কারণ বিকজ মহেশ আন্ডারস্ট্যান্ড লিটল বিট বেঙ্গলি অলসো। প্রথমে একটু আনমিউট করে নিন আপনি, যদি যারা বলবেন একটু আনমিউট করে তারপর আপনারা। না না, উনি মনে হয় কোনো প্রবলেম হচ্ছে। বর্ধমান থেকে, বর্ধমানে কিন্তু প্রচুর রেসিডিউ বার্নিং হয়। আচ্ছা, হুগলি আছে, হুগলি থেকে এই সমস্যা আছে? যদি থাকে তাহলে কিভাবে আপনারা অ্যাড্রেস করছেন? এবং কারণ গভর্নমেন্ট অফ ওয়েস্ট বেঙ্গল তো এই রেসিডিউ বার্নিং এর জন্য কদিন আগে একটা বড় সড়ো প্রোগ্রাম করেছেন, যেটা সারা ওয়েস্ট বেঙ্গল জুড়ে হয়েছে। প্রতিটা ব্লকে ব্লকে এটা রেসিডিউ বার্নিং অ্যাভয়েড করার জন্য এগ্রিকালচার অফিসাররা যুক্ত ছিলেন। তারা সেই সব প্রোগ্রাম ইমপ্লিমেন্ট করার সময় কি কি অসুবিধা ফেস করছেন এবং কিভাবে সেটাকে অ্যাড্রেস করছেন সেটা যদি আপনারা শেয়ার করেন তাহলে এভরিবডি উইল বি বেনিফিটেড। হ্যাঁ, এডিয়া গঙ্গারামপুর, আপনি আমার কথা শুনতে পাচ্ছেন?
স্যার শুনতে পাচ্ছি স্যার।
হ্যাঁ, আমি বলছি যে গঙ্গারামপুরে কিন্তু রেসিডিউ বার্নিং হয়, বিশেষ করে আগে কিছুদিন আগে তো 2 বছর আগে তো বেশ ভালো হতো, তার 3 বছর আগে এখনো মনে হয় কিছু কিছু জায়গায়।
স্যার বেসিক্যালি এই বছরটা একটু রেসিডিউ বার্নিং এর আমাদের প্রবলেম আছে, একটা তো অ্যাওয়ারনেস হয়েছে, কিন্তু তা সত্ত্বেও এবার কম এই কারণেই, যে কারণে এবার খড়ের দামটা অনেকটা মানে বেশি হয়েছিল বলেই বার্নিংটা কম হয়েছে। হয় এখনো বার্নিং এর প্রবলেম আছে, রেসিডিউ বার্নিং হয়।
তোমরা ওখান থেকে কি ব্যবস্থা নিয়েছো ওখান থেকে?
স্যার এই বছর আমাদের যেটা আত্মা স্কিম থেকে আমরা প্রোগ্রাম নিয়েছি, জিরো টিলেজের হুইট, আমাদের জিরো টিলেজ 40 বিঘার জিরো টিলেজ হুইট হচ্ছে। তারপরে আমাদের যেটা মেজ, আত্মা থেকে কিছু মেজের ডিসি করা হয়েছে, স্টেট প্ল্যান থেকে যেটা আছে সেখান থেকে মেজের জিরো টিলেজে ডিসি করা আছে। মালচিং এ কিছু লেন্টিল এবং সরষার ডিসি করা আছে মালচিং পদ্ধতিতে।
আর কিছু চিন্তা ভাবনা আছে তোমাদের?
আর কিছু চিন্তা ভাবনা বলতে স্যার ওই রেসিডিউকে যেটা ওই ক্যাপসুল আইআরআই যে ক্যাপসুলের যে লিফলেট গুলো আমরা পড়েছিলাম ওখানে থেকে একটা আলোচনা হচ্ছে, ক্যাপসুল গুলোর যদি আনানো যায় আমাদের জেলা লেভেল থেকে ডিডিএ স্যার সেটা দেখছেন, ডিডিএ স্যার আনার চেষ্টা করছেন। আর একটি ওই ইয়ে করেই রেসিডিউ ম্যানেজ করে রেসিডিউকে ক্যাপসুলের মতোই একটা ওরা বলছে যে নদিয়া ফুলিয়া থেকে, সেটা পিডি সাহেব কথা বলেছিলেন, দক্ষিণ দিনাজপুর জেলার পিডি আত্মা স্যার, তো ওখান থেকে ডিসি করার জন্য স্যার
কথা বলেছেন, ওখানে কি এখন সেটার আপডেট আমি জানতে পারিনি।
স্ট্র মাল্চ ইউজ করে কোনো রকম ডিসি বা ট্রায়াল হয়েছে তোমাদের ওখানে?
হ্যাঁ স্যার, স্ট্র মাল্চ ইউজ করে হয়েছে, লেন্টিল হয়েছে এবং মাস্টার্ড হয়েছে।
আর কেউ? কোনটার এফেক্ট ভালো পাওয়া যাচ্ছে, লেন্টিল না মাস্টার্ড?
স্যার মাস্টার্ড।
মাস্টার্ড।
স্যার
লেন্টিলে কি ভ্যারাইটি নিয়েছিলে?
লেন্টিলে 77 ছিল স্যার।
আচ্ছা, মৈত্রী করেছিলে?
হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ
কেমন হয়েছে পারফরমেন্স?
হয়েছে স্যার, পারফরমেন্স জার্মিনেশন ভালোই আছে, কিন্তু মাস্টার্ডের ক্ষেত্রে দারুণ রেজাল্ট। মাস্টার্ডের গ্রোথ খুব ভিগোরাস, দারুণ হয়েছে। লাইন সুইং এ করেছিলাম কিছু।
আর তোমার ওখানে এখন কোনটা বাড়ছে? তোমার ওখানে তো যেটা দক্ষিণ দিনাজপুরে দুটো ক্রপই মেজর হয়, একটা হচ্ছে
হ্যাঁ।
মাস্টার্ড, আর তোমার গঙ্গারামপুর, বুনিয়াদপুর, তোমার কুশমন্ডি এলাকা, এটা তো মেনলি হচ্ছে হুইট বেল্ট।
হ্যাঁ।
এখন কি হুইট বেল্ট সেই একইভাবে আছে, না মাস্টার্ড আস্তে আস্তে বাড়ছে, বা হুইট বাড়ছে, কোনটা না অ্যাজ ইট ইজ আছে?
না মাস্টার্ডে স্যার, এই মাস্টার্ড লাস্ট 2 বছর ধরে মাস্টার্ডের কাল্টিভেশন এরিয়া, কাল্টিভেবল এরিয়া আমাদের বেশি ছিল, কিন্তু গত বছর হুইটটা যেহেতু ব্যানটা উঠে গেল, রেস্ট্রিক্টেড কাল্টিভেশন ছিল, 2967 দিয়েই কাল্টিভেশনটা হয়েছিল, এইচডি 2967। তো এই বছর আর গত বছরে হুইটটা একটু বাড়তি মুখে আছে, এবছর গমটা একটু মনে হচ্ছে বাড়বে। আর ডাব্লিউবিএলডিআর গুলো যেগুলো একদমই নিষিদ্ধ ছিল, তখন তো মাস্টার্ড কাল্টিভেশন অনেকটা বেড়ে গেছিল, এখন আবার গমের দিকে মানে মানুষ একটু ঝুঁকছে।
আর কিছু বলবে
স্যার? আর বলবো বলতে, ওই হ্যাপি সিডার মেশিনের আমি প্রথমে যেই প্রেজেন্টেশন গুলো দেখছিলাম, হ্যাপি সিডার মেশিন আমাদের এখানে, হ্যাপি সিডার দিয়ে যখন নাড়াগুলো কাটা হচ্ছে, হারভেস্টিং এ হয় কম্বাইন্ড হারভেস্টার দিয়ে, তখন স্টাবেলের হাইটটা এতটা উঁচু থাকে, জিরো টিলেজ মেশিনটা যখন আমরা মাঠে নামাচ্ছি জড়িয়ে যাচ্ছে স্যার। এই একটা প্রবলেম হচ্ছে, মানে এতটাই উঁচু করে কাটা হয়, কাজেই জিরো টিলেজেও যে সম্পূর্ণ সলভ হচ্ছে, সলিউশন হচ্ছে সেরকম পাচ্ছি না। তো যদি একদম সুপার সিডার বা আরো একটু ওই ধরনের কিছু মেশিন পাওয়া যায় ডেমো করার জন্য, যাতে একদম স্টাবেল গুলোকে চপিং করে নিয়ে তারপরে শো করা যায়, তাহলে মনে হয় কাজের লাগবে। কারণ জিরো টিলেজ এখানে কিন্তু স্যার গোটা আমাদের দক্ষিণ দিনাজপুর জেলাতে, ওই আমাদের এসআরএফএসআই প্রজেক্টে এলআরপি হিসেবে কাজ করেছিল দক্ষিণ বেলবাড়ি ফার্মার্স ক্লাব। তো ওরাই মেনলি জিরো টিলেজের কাজটা করছে, এবং আমাদের দক্ষিণ দিনাজপুর জেলায় আমরা সরকারি ভাবে যেটা করছি সেটা তো হচ্ছেই, তার বাইরেও কিছু কৃষক কিন্তু উৎসাহী হয়ে নিজের পয়সা খরচা করেই তারা হায়ার করে, মেশিন হায়ার করেই করছে। তো আমাদের যেটা ফার্মের জিরো টিলেজ মেশিন আছে, সেটাও আমরা ফার্মার্স ফিল্ডে ইউজ করছি, যেহেতু সেটা ফার্মে আমাদের পড়ে থাকে, তো বাইরে সেটাকেই ইউজ করছি, ওরাও ইউজ করছে। তো সেক্ষেত্রে মনে হয় জিরো টিলেজের থেকে ওই মেশিন গুলো দিয়ে আমরা ডেমো করে দেখতে পারি।
আরেকটা
কারণ
জিনিস জিজ্ঞেস করছি, যে তোমাদের গঙ্গারামপুর ব্লকসিট ফার্ম, তোমরা
স্যার,
এখানে কোনো ট্রায়াল করেছো?
ব্লক সিড ফার্মে, স্যার ব্লক সিড ফার্মে হুইটের জিরো টিলেজের ট্রায়াল আছে স্যার, মানে আমরা করবো, এখনো করিনি, করব। কারণ আমাদের যে প্লটটা জিরো টিলেজের জন্য সিলেক্টেড আছে, ওই প্লটটায় এখনো ব্রিডার সিডটা আছে, ওটা আর একটু 2-3 দিন লাগবে ম্যাচিওর করতে।
থ্যাংক ইউ।
আর thank you.
অন্যান্য পার্টিসিপেন্ট যারা আছেন এখানে, এক এক করে বলার জন্য রিকোয়েস্ট করি।
আমাদের স্যার জলপাইগুড়িতে টোটাল 750 বিঘা আমাদের অ্যালটমেন্ট আছে জিরো টিলেজ হুইট। এছাড়াও আরো কিছুটা আমাদের এনজিও এবং ফার্মার্স ক্লাব মিলে আরো আমরা 300-400 বিঘা করছি বছরে। আর রিগার্ডিং স্ট্র মালচিং, আমাদের হচ্ছে রাজগঞ্জ ব্লকে একটু মেশিনে হারভেস্টিং হয়, এবং সেই সব জায়গায় স্যার বালি এরিয়া, স্যান্ডি এরিয়া, ওখানে হচ্ছে বিটার গোর্ড, শশা, এগুলো কিন্তু মালচিং করে করছে এবং ভালো উৎপাদন হচ্ছে। হ্যাঁ, বিশেষ করে চর এরিয়া গুলোতে। আর আমরা এবছরে কিছুটা স্ট্র মালচিং এ পটেটো সিড প্রোডাকশন যেখানে করছি, আমরা সিপেরই একটা প্রজেক্ট আছে, সেখানে আমরা ছোট করে স্ট্র মালচিং এ পটেটো করছি। এটাই স্যার।
Maheshji, actually ADA Gangarampur has mentioned that the difficulties of operation of the multi-crop planter in where the residues are more. They have not tested the herbicide. Do you have any suggestion when they will be using the multi-crop planter in a heavily mulched soil or where residues are more?
Purvaji, he is rightly mentioned actually, when we have a residue more and load is there, and especially combine harvested and some residue is lying on the surface, especially when we'll shown the weed showing where the window of 2 rows is less, we will face this problem of residue dragging. So for in that condition, the best solution is happy seeder if we can get it. And I would recommend, rather than we will promote like no-till or multi-crop planter, rather than we should start to promote multi-crop happy seeders. Definitely there should be no problem for growing or showing maize in that much of residue. And also I would say not for lentil if you will adjust the tines and spacing, but definitely it will be a problem for wheat. That's we also observed, Apurvaji, in our Kuch Bihar and all. That's where we have a standing residue, and then more residue was there, and then when we run machines, then after some times it started dragging and then choking the machines. So yeah, we know these practicability issues, so solution is happy seeder for that. He also mentioned about these capsules and all. That capsule is not the solution for immediate. That will help for residue fastening the residue decomposition rate, but not helping to get sown crops under that situation. So that's not a solution, but that is also a kind of like catalyst for residue decomposition. So I can see Gangarampurji, that's ADA that she's saying. It's more if you will provide happy seeder there through any demonstration plot programs or something, at least some machines there, so farmers started to working on that. Please don't talk about super seeders. That will again another problem for us in future. So talk about happy seeder, not super seeder.
Mahesh, this is Pratik here.
Yes, sir.
As Rajat has mentioned, and I also am worrying about this thing, that the smallest happy seeder which is available with us is quite big for the small plots investment.
I noted
Can we
this
have
point.
a smaller version?
Yeah, I noted this, Pratikji, in my note, and I thought we will talk during the difficulties and calibration, but you raised rightly at this point. Right now, there is no problem for getting smallest, even smaller than that. We can get even 4-ton happy seeder as well. Just we need to give the order to the manufacturers, because they have a frame now, they have concept. They need to be just fabricate a smaller frame and then put it that. So that problem is not there. We need to be just tell to happy manufacturer, especially if we are working with Dasmes. He has all these facilities, because from Dasmes we got even 16-ton, we got 14-ton, we got 10-ton. Right now we are having 8-ton, right, with us. So we can go for 6 and 4-ton as well, depending on our power. I think that should not be an issue.
We have 10-ton. If it can be reduced to say 6-ton, it will be possible by a smaller tractor to draw them.
No problem at all. No problem at all. I think we got 6-ton or 8-ton, Pratikji, or 10?
10.
Okay, that's maybe we purchase 8-ton for Bangladesh, not for that. So yeah, we have that. 8-ton is not a problem at all. Okay. 6-ton also not a problem.
I am Project Director Atma, Kujbihar. I like to add something. Hearing upon all the discussions, very rich discussions here, I am hereby recalling Masanobu Fukuoka, a book written by him, The One Straw Revolution. Masanobu Fukuoka showed us the way how can we use straw, and he initiated the way of zero tillage and conservation agriculture in his book, The One Straw Revolution. Actually, I like to speak that a technology is successful when it converts a liability to asset. But here we see technology made the asset our liability. Crop residues are asset to the farmer. But today, we see that it became our liability. We have to ask ourselves, we the agriculture scientists have to ask ourselves that why this happened? Why a liability, an asset became a liability? It's a natural product. A crop residue is a natural product. We have to explore many ways, as our predecessors, my predecessors, especially the Vice Chancellor of BCKV, Mr. Sajal Ghosh has said, and Mr. Rajat Chatterjee of our Kujbihar, they said that apart from applying the microbial capsule and other ways, I suggest 2 to 3 things. First of all, as Rajat has said, and we are practicing here in Kujbihar, use the crop residues as mulching and ultimately an organic fertilizer to the soil. Second option is why we are not making an implement which during harvesting will collect the crop residue from the field. And third, using crop residues in any industrial use, paper industry and such other. Crop residues are mainly straw. They can be easily used in industrial purposes. We have to think over again that our assets should not be converted into liability. Thank you.
Myself, Dr. Ashok Chaudhary. My question is to Dr. Mahesh Gathala. Actually, when I think about conservation agriculture, always I think one issue that is the residue management in soil. If we consider the Malda and surroundings in the northern part, and simultaneously in the Kujbihar, Jalpaiguri, the Terai region, the soil of Terai region is sandy loam or coarse sandy loam. So naturally, we have seen that the carbon accumulation is there in the Terai zone, even sometime more than 1%. So actually, my question is that is there any long-term study on this issue, the effect of long-term straw management in the soil, like sandy loam or coarse sandy loam soil? Because the low pH, lack of micronutrient and other reasons, low temperature for all these reasons, because all these reasons, soil carbon accumulation is more in this area. So if we incorporate every year the straw in the field, what would be the effect after 10, 20 or 30 years? Is there any study on this issue?
Thank you, Ashokji, for asking this question. It's very good. Unfortunately, we don't have very long-term, data in eastern part of this India, especially West Bengal and all. We have data in Bihar, but through our SRFSI studies, from at least 3 years data we had, and we involved one PhD student, Dr. Abbas. He was working under Abbas, and that's our results clearly shown that in Malda, where we have, even in Kulch, we are that in, what we call the char lands, especially where we have coarse sandy soils, and in Malda also. So where we have a more coarse, sandy soils, we are getting better results as compared to where we have a clay loam and clay soils for, increase and improvement in organic matter, not only organic matter in fractions as well. So we have not long term, but we have indicative results already within hand. And we are maintaining hope some of these trials at farmers field, so we will get better confidence on our results. But we got very good results, very good indicative results that showing positive effects of improving organic matter, as well as also in other soil properties that you mentioned about soil pH and all. So where again it's also showing that where we have a residue, it's also showing soil pH to taking towards the neutralization. So but we need more confirmations with time. That's true. So that's results. We will be that we are working on publishing those paper data and very good scientific results, and it will become soon. But Abbas, if he's here, he can add more on this. But we got very good results.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Gathala. Actually, I feel that we should start one long-term program on this, especially in the Malda district and Kuchbihar, so that we can continue it in the same plot.
Sir, one more. I would like to add one more thing that you rightly add point, and you are the in charge of research in this part and university. I would request you humbly because we are getting also excellence center for training as well, and then this university is getting momentum and then kind of a hotspot for conservation agriculture. So it would be better if you will establish kind of a long-term planning with having a very good designs of experiment and the design for long-term basis, and then establish some few trials that will be continuing for at least designing for 10 years or 15 years framework, and then we will get better, not like typical design that we talking about RBDs and all, but we'll build scenarios, and those scenarios will address many answers for the research questions, and that way we will be. I think this is the time to put some long-term trials in these regions, and then I would request to UBKB to take lead and then establish some trials for longer term, as if possible at farmers, but at least KVK or our research stations in Malda as well as in Kuchbihar. That would be great.
Okay, thank you. I will try to establish such type of plan for at least 15-20 years. Obviously, and I like to add one more information that regarding the capsule for decomposition. This is actually added for to decompose the organic matter in field itself. So whatever maybe the mode of application, maybe the spraying of this capsule, this capsule, or it is applied through, I think, through water. I think it is applied through water. Water it is dissolved and then sprayed on this crop in field itself. My issue is that the decomposition of paddy straw, which is composed mainly by lignocellulosic material, the heat is required to decompose the organic matter. In compost heat, what happens? That is that the temperature is raised up to 70, 80 degrees centigrade, and naturally the thermophilic bacteria or fungus which secrete the lignocellulosic materials, and at that temperature it break the lignocellulosic material. So instead of that, when we spray it on the feed itself, it is impossible to raise the temperature. The decomposition of lignocellulosic material, I think, I'm not expressing my doubt, but I think before adopting in large scale, we should have trial, obviously, in different part of the hospital before applying in large scale. So this is my suggestion that the personnel or officers from state government. Okay, thank you.
Just I can compliment on Ashokji, on this as well, further addition. Sir, this study came from IRI, and then we talked with them, and then this study came only from port experiment, not from field experiment. So we should be very careful, by applying and recommending for large scale. So we should try first to test this, as exactly you said. I have also same concerns, and this will only to fastening or speed up the decomposition process by multiplication of bioagents, but it's not a solution. So we need to be looking at what are the really benefits we are harnessing from this as well. Yeah, I agree with you fully.
Maheshji, this is Biplab. Maheshji, few days back in a webinar, I was listening to Dr. Hang from ERI. And he was telling that particularly in rice wheat rotation, to what extent we are managing the residue, that is very, very important. Means whether we are retaining 25% residue, 30% residue, because always literally we are telling that retention of residue up to 30%, it serves the lower limit for conservation agriculture. But they are having also doubt that to what extent we are managing residues, whether it is 30, 40 or 50, we have to pinpoint now, because they are telling that when we are retaining more residues on the field, in a long run, exactly the soil physical, chemical and biological properties that are not improving in a desired way. So I was listening, and as Sir was telling regarding capsules, if you simply go through the literatures published by IARI regarding Pusa decomposer, they are always advocating just to enhance the temperature. Soon after application, we have to go for plowing with a rotavator. That will accelerate the process. But if we don't go for rotavator, or if we don't go for at all plowing after application of the decomposer, it will not work. The time for decomposition will be strengthened a lot. So just I am substituting. What is your view, sir?
Thank you very much. And then as you mentioned that he represented, I don't know what they want to send that message, but for us, when we'll talk optimization of residue, when we have a problem or getting of residue and less residue available, right? And less biomass available. Here problem is different for us. Problem is that we have a kind of surplus biomass which farmers are used to burn. And that's we are looking for the solutions. We are not looking for the optimization of biomass here. If it's optimization, then we look these options that 15%, 20% or 40%, what residue is there, right? I don't agree with him that because our results clearly shows that adding full residue, certainly that's when we will reach on the kind of saturation level. Then after that changes will be very minor and it will take more and more time. But definitely once we have a saturation, because every soil type have their own saturation, own properties. After that, if you add more and more, you will not see the changes, right? But when you have saturations, but still we will get nutrients, maybe not improvement in soil physical properties, but that still biomass will reach nutrients, potassium, nitrogen, carbon, that will go in soil. Definitely, there's no doubt about that. So that's one. Another that you are talking about, that's bioinoculants, right? And that's why I'm saying themselves, that's, those who produce bioequivalent, they are saying that it will take like 15 to 20 days to decompose. But when we talk about this intensified system, farmer have only a window of 5 days or 10 days, not 15 or 20 days. So, and then again, this will facilitate us to, encourage to incorporate that residue, not to retain on that residue. So I don't know how is economical and viable. That's need to be worked on. There's no science research yet on this aspect. So we need to be get, future. That's how it goes as well. So these are the two, because residue is not, we have a problem of residue because optimization is not our options, because we have to handle this biomass. And for that, we have to go for best options and best, suitable options.
Okay, thank you, Mahesh.
সবাইকে নমস্কার। মাল্টিক্রপ প্ল্যান্ট, ইউজ অফ মাল্টিক্রপ প্ল্যান্টার অ্যান্ড হ্যাপি সিডার, এটা নিয়ে আমার একটা ছোট্ট মতামত বা সাজেশন আছে। এবছর আমন ধান কাটার পর এবং 0 ডেজ উইন্ডো রেখে আমন ধান কাটা এবং হুইট সোয়িং, এই ক্ষেত্রে আমরা কাজ করতে গিয়ে দেখেছি যে মাল্টিক্রপ প্ল্যান্টার এবং হুইট সোয়িং দুটোর মধ্যে এখনো আমাদের একটুখানি ক্যালিব্রেশনের আরো বোধহয় দরকার আছে। এরকম যে হ্যাপি সিডার যেভাবে কাজ করে, যে স্ট্রগুলোকে বিছিয়ে শুইয়ে দিচ্ছে, সেই জায়গাটা দেখা গেছে যদি খড়টা শুকনো হলে ভালো হবে না, একটু ময়েস্ট থাকলে ভালো কাটবে এবং বেছাবে, এই জায়গাটা কিন্তু আমরা দেখেছি যে আরেকটু ইয়ে করা দরকার আছে, মানে ক্যালিব্রেশনের। অর্থাৎ প্ল্যান্টার শোয়িং করে যাচ্ছে শীত, এবং হ্যাপি সিডারের যে রোলার নিচে খড়গুলোকে বিছিয়ে দিচ্ছে, কোথাও কোথাও খড় বেশি হিপ হয়ে যাচ্ছে এবং কোথাও খড় থাকছে না, ওপেন ল্যান্ড বেরিয়ে যাচ্ছে। তো যেখানে বেশি হিপ হয়ে যাচ্ছে এবং সিড যথারীতি যেরকম ডেপথে রাখা আছে, সেখান থেকে গাছ বেরিয়ে আসা ইমার্জেন্সি অফ প্ল্যান্ট, সেখানে দেখতে একটু হ্যাম্পার হচ্ছে, অসুবিধা হচ্ছে। অর্থাৎ ছোট গমের চারাগুলো, গাছগুলো ওই খড় বিচালি যেটা বিছানো হলো তার নিচেই থেকে যাচ্ছে, উঠতে পারে। তো এই জায়গাটা দাঁড়িয়ে খড় বেশি শুকনো দরকার না কাঁচা অবস্থায় কাটলে সুবিধে, বা খড়ের লেন্থটা কতখানি হবে, এই জায়গাটা আমাদের বোধহয় একটু ক্যালিব্রেশনের প্রয়োজন আছে, একটু ভাবা দরকার। আর পুষা ডিকম্পোজার নিয়ে আমাদের ডিস্ট্রিক্টে কাজ হচ্ছে, রজত বাবু বলেছেন। তো এই মুহূর্তে বলার মতন জায়গায় নেই, আমাদের এখনো অ্যাপ্লিকেশন করা হয়েছে, বিভিন্ন অ্যাঙ্গেলেই করা হয়েছে, টেম্পারেচার রেইজ করা বা ওপেন ফিল্ড বা হচ্ছে কি হিপ করে ইত্যাদি বিভিন্ন করা হয়েছে। এখনো মতো বলার মতন নেই বলে এই ব্যাপারটা বলছি না, আমরা দেখে তারপরে হয়তো বলতে পারবো। তো ওই ক্যালিব্রেশনটা বোধহয় খুব ভাইটাল, ওটা আরেকটু ইমপ্রুভ করা দরকার আছে। এবং ছোট মেশিন হ্যাপি সিডারটা আরেকটু ছোট হলেও আমাদের মতন কন্ডিশনে আরেকটু বোধহয় ছোট হলে মানে প্র্যাকটিক্যালি অপারেশন করতে সুবিধা হবে। থ্যাংক ইউ।
যে ক্যালিব্রেশন ইস্যুটা এলো, সেটা আমাদের লাঞ্চের পরে যে সেশনটা আছে, সেটাতে কিন্তু ক্যালিব্রেশনটাই একটা আমাদের মেন এজেন্ডা। আমরা সেই সময়টা এই ক্যালিব্রেশন ইস্যুটা আলোচনা করব। ডক্টর মহেশ উইল বি দেয়ার, প্রতীক, বিপ্লব, দে আর ওয়ার্কিং ইন দ্য ফিল্ড, they will be there. So I think we can discuss that issue in the next session. So now online.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to be here with the scientists, Vice Chancellor, our respected Director. So, besides technical and scientific issues, I want to raise some problem faced during extension of such CASI technology or avoiding this double burning procedure. So we know that avoidance of stubble burning followed by CASI technology is more popular, and this is more popular in wheat. Particularly in wheat, CASI technology is more popular and more acceptable to the farmers. as we know that in Kuch Bihar, last 2 to 3 years, we practically discouraged the farmers to grow wheat because of wheat blight like disease, wheat blast like disease. So in recent years, we are now approaching towards cultivation of wheats again. So there is a problem regarding the again confidence build-up of the farmer. So this is the part of the extension workers and researchers ourselves also. And in this year, our Kuch Bihar district have targeted an area about 1500 bighas of zero tillage wheat. But main problem is there the availability of wheat seed is a major problem. So availability of wheat seed will be more for the coming years, I think. And we are trying to cultivate, we are trying to give suggestion about the micropod technology of mustards, lentils. So more emphasis should be given to other crop like lentil, mustards, etc. And extension should be given and the emphasis should be given to other crop also, like wheat. As wheat is a more popular crop for Kasi technology, but emphasis should be given also for those crop also. This is my some points regarding Kasi technology. Thank you.
Maji, sorry, I have another question. Actually, Honorable Vice Chancellor BCKV is here. Actually, when he was the joint DA planning, in the policy issues, the spreader and the baler, these two machineries was mandatory. One to purchase the combined harvester. But what is happening in Malda for spreader, when that will under operation in the field, there is a somewhat one sort of pillage is happening. Number one, and when we'll apply happy seeder in the field without SMS, that is straw management system, after operation of combined harvester, there is an issue of proper seeding. So what will be our advocacy to government regarding straw management system or the precision of happy seeder? What will be the precision of happy seeder without SMS? That is my question to you, sir.
Thank you, Tapmaji, again. It's very good question. The solutions are not easy. But you talk about spreader, another is baler. And I told the profitability of both, spreader and balers. But when we talk again, we need to have all options depending on cropping system. So suppose if we have a rice, potato, and then those kind of systems, then farmers need to prepare their field definitely, which must be acknowledged that. In that scenario, maybe spreader and baler is required. But when we'll talk about systems of that not need tillage, like rice maize, rice wheat, rice lentil, rice, jute, and rice wheat jute, and so on. So in that case, we must, I would say, recommend for SMS. Though if we have a SMS behind the combine, even we don't need, spreader. Then why we need a spreader? Because we already spread, uniformly in the field. In that case, we don't need even a spreader. So SMS is one of the key here, and that we must to be, put in policy for all combines buyers. That is already in place in Punjab and Haryana. There is no combine available. Nobody can buy combine without SMS. and they put this policy not at combined buyer level, but at combined sellers, because nobody manufacturers or sellers they can sell without SMS. So one thing, definitely efficiency of Epicenter is much better without SMS with SMS as compared to without SMS, because when we combine, it also depend on combined size. If you have a mini combine or if you have a mini combine, then maybe we don't need even SMS then, because residue is not that much of in heap in one line. But when we have a big combine, we must these SMS in combines, otherwise it will be very difficult.
Myself, Devashish Ghosh, I want to ask a question to Mohesh ji.
Ji, please go ahead.
Since inception of SRFSI in Malda district, that is in 2013, I am with this project, and due to departmental program and election duties, I can't attend today. But I want to know something because as a family member of SRFSI team, I am heartily attached with this project. I want to know that today I will demonstrate on crop residue on lentil in my block, and farmers we are telling that paddy should be harvested at 3 to 4 feet from the base level. But all times farmers are not here. They are not here from us. They always cut the paddy at the base level. So residue, there is some residue problem may arise. If we go through this way, if cut at the base level, then is there any difference in yield level or any other any component, any mainly in level? That is same both in 3 to 4 feet height. That is same.
Again, that is clearly, our research shows that we have now met from many years. Definitely, if we don't have any residue in field and then do conserve, zero tillage, as compared to where we have a residue, in long term, I would say that we have, base cutting and harvesting, zero tillage will perform not that much, because we will raise, concern many issues of like compaction of, surface soils, and then there are other problems as well. But where we have a residue, because residue is the key in zero tillage, that's keep mulch, and that's provide many benefits that I talk about, moisture conservation, temperatures, and other benefits as well. So always to have some residue. I will not say we will have 5 ton, 4 ton, but at least if you even have a 6 inches, residue, standing residue, that will be enough for, to do zero tillage. But completely removing residue is not recommended. Definitely it will be less yield under that scenario.
Okay.
Maybe not in first year, but maybe in second and third year.
Okay. Major, next question is in my blog for the last 2 years, plus 3 years, maize cultivation has been increased, area of maize cultivation. Now farmers, we have incorporated zero tillage, that is multi-crop seedling machine in maize cultivation, and farmers are more interested with this machine. But there is some problem that is for a long time. That problem is same. That is there is a gapping in seed dropping. What should I take step about this? During dropping of seed,
I know that problem, and then I will forward these questions to Pratik. Pratikji,
When
you
you
would
say
like
more
to
than
give answer on this?
Sorry to interrupt. Actually, this is the calibration issue. Devashish, you
Uh,
have that you will get the time in the next
In
session.
next session.
When the calibration issue will come. Okay. So now our director of research will convey some messages and.
Hello. Today we have Vice Chancellor PCKB with us and the dignitaries and officers of state government with us. Actually, I missed the first session, but I want to raise one or suggest something which may be advantageous. That is, in the next session, from the deliberation of Dr. Mahesh Gathala and some papered news, so we came to know that in spite of having or adopting many alternative issues, still the burning techniques is increasing in Punjab and Haryana, and recently in West Bengal also. Because last year when I was traveling from Durgapur to Calcutta during evening time, even I have observed that many agriculture fields, they're burning this straw. So we can have so many alternative technologies, but along with this, can we input some, or we can adopt? Can we adopt from the state government regarding at least to
শোনা যাচ্ছে না তো We are sorry that due to certain power failure in this location, we are unable to contact you, but I am doing it from a personal gadget. We are at the moment, we are breaking for lunch and we will be back by 2:15.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Hello? Hello? Pratik?
Thank you all for joining
Kamalji
us
now
in
is
this.
audible.
Hello,
occasion.
Pratik? Hello?
Kamalji is okay. We can hear everybody because there was a power failure in and then now they came back.
Oh, I want to just make two questions only.
If chairman allows.
Powerful.
No, chairman allows. কিছু একটা প্রবলেম ছিল ওরা বললো তো ওইজন্য সাউন্ড আসছিল
Hello?
ওরা ইয়েতে গেল
कमाल जी पूछो जाबो पूछो
Now I have two questions. Just you know that the wheat season is now coming and also sowing is started. So one question is there any alternative herbicide you have recommended in place of glyphosate? Number one. Number 2 point is that we are doing the direct seeding with mulching. Please provide an information whether any soil status or soil test or soil improvement, any studies have been made from the UBKB. If they made any, I think that there is a good soil moisture in mulching, the microbial activity will be increased, water holding capacity will be increased, fertilizer use efficiency will be increased. Is there any analysis or chemical analysis done or not by the UBKB? If done, please provide us the information. Okay, thank you.
तमाल जी नेक्स्ट सेशन में होवे उखाने आपने विप्लव प्रेजेंट करबे कौन-कौनटा ग्लाइफोसेट का ऑप्शन होवे और এটা আপনি অলরেডি রিসার্চ ট্রায়াল একটা কমপ্লিট হয়ে গেছে কুচবিহারে and then we'll share that result and Abbas Sinha ji also একটা প্রেজেন্টেশন দেবে এটা নিউট্রিয়েন্ট ম্যানেজমেন্ট में
Okay,
ওখানে দেখো कि कौनटा देवे
I also request the above DOA that in the soil character analysis may kindly be made from the Kalinogor and the Chachol 2 blocks where we are using that mulching practice. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
According to the biostatistician that she is the daughter of and she's minor, the dealer wrongly issued invoice. In favor of his daughter. Actual 50 bags is lying. Oh. Next is Sukha Suchilo.
তিরিশ 11 2020
Hmm.
নেম বলো।
সাইড SAYED YED সার্ভার SARWAR SARWAR উসান বড়টা বড় SSAN Director Agriculture One
টেলিফোন নাম্বার
9609 9 784 180
and this
Director Agriculture One application DF Agriculture Program है और अभी का जो आते ही सर सर अच्छी लो उधर रखा नहीं तो ये हाल दूध के हाल है तो काटे तो ठीक है ये काटे थोड़ा तो आवाज़
I got better. Safety that.
तो आवाज़ ये
Then
super not logging our
বিরক্তি করে
मुझे इंटरेस्ट नहीं है
WD
मालदा LDH
পাসওয়ার্ড তো বলো
SWJ @474 SWJ $474 NC C is it?
TNC সিটা বড় না
हाँ बोलो
9
XW सबकी बोलो
9
X
দেখুন
हाँ इधर नीचे
হলো না আবার বল
रुमाना यास्मीन
আবার হলো না তো আবার
रुमाना यास्मीन
লগইন হয়
लॉगिन है अब नतून नहीं चला उसमें WB एक नीचे जाए अंडरस्कोर मालदा LDH मालदा
पासवर्ड
मालदा SWJ @474 S SWJ @474
F
वो क्या है बोलो F वो तो जीरो आ जाना जीरो
না ও আছে
वो तो 8 Z 6 J Morocco
এবার হয়ে যাবে
रुमाना नहीं
খুবই বাজে এটা
WB capital underscore Malda LDH hello Mangali তুই রেখে দিতে লাগবে দেখতে পাবো না हाँ 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 बोलो हाँ सर हाँ ও আমি এতে সরকার সাহেবের ঘরে আছি কোনটা বলুন তো না 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 ওটা এই আমাদের কি যেন আপনার আগে এই আমাদের হ্যাঁ প্রদীপদার হাতে ছিল তারপর থেকে মনে হয় জয়ন্তদের কাছে হলে হয়তো পারে আপনার নেট গন্ডগোল হয়েছে স্যার সব ইগুলো কি করছে তো এন্ট্রি আর একটু এটার সাথে এটা কোনো কম করে না একটা ওয়াল আছে ওয়াল আছে অনেক কতগুলো আছে আর ওয়ালও আছে এইটুকু কথা ছিল এটাতে করে যতই অনেক কিছু জমাবটনা বলা আছে আমাকে ওই ওয়ালটা
একটা খোল এখান দিয়ে নাও তো ওটা দিন এখান থেকে খুলে দিন না বলে দিন এই তো এখানে খোল হ্যাঁ তাহলে আপনি তো আমাকে হোয়াটসঅ্যাপে কল করে দিয়েছিলেন হ্যাঁ কেন আমাকে একদম ফাটাফাটি বলি যেমন বলেছেন তো ভালো আর সে এখন খেতে গেছে পুরো দেখলাম খেতে গেছিল পুরো আমার সামনে খেতেন এটা কি দেওয়া দিল আপনি বাদাম বাদাম একটু বাদাম বা চানাচুর নিয়ে এসে তো ভাজা আর চা করবে তারপরে বাদাম একটু চানাচুর এইটা বাচ্চা নিয়ে বসে আছি আমি তো না না আমার নামানো স্বভাব নাই आई वो किया से ना आई उधर फुटकी খেটে বাচ্চা ছেলে এটা আবার করতে হবে বুঝলো তো
তোমার ইন্টারেকশন না হবে কি
দেরি হয়ে গেছে যে
হ্যাঁ ওটাই আমি বলছি
কোন নাম কি ছিল
না ওটাই রোনা নিচে হ্যাঁ
দেখেছি পুলিশে গেছে এডি জলতা কারবান না মামলা
না কাঞ্চননগর
এটা কারবান না
हाँ अगर कंचननगर है पोस्ट कर बोला कंचननगर पोस्ट कर बोला ये रतुआ वन ब्लॉक रतुआ Rतुआ 50 bags done zero होगी
বলো
according to the diet
as per
inquiry
report the buyer was the daughter of
Rafiqul Islam daughter of Rafiqul Islam bracket retailer বিক্রি করে is minor
minor
wrongly submitted
number 16
in favor of his daughter. Stop. Not very machine भी करके दे बुझिया पड़ा ना मुंह चल जाता
name
Syed SAYD server SARWAR Ussan 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 National Data Agriculture 21
telephone number
আর তোর জেকেএমএস সিট তো ঢোকেনি এখনো তো 25 মানে 25 টন, হ্যাঁ ঠিক আছে, ওটা কত না ফোন করেছি, ঠিক আছে ঠিক আছে, কত না দেখছি
960-978-4180. Address to किसी देने ऐसे डेट पे इधर से तो
হয়ে যেতে তো সেভ টু ড্রাফট হ্যাঁ নেক্সট আকাশে দিয়েছে মিছিলে দিয়েছে বলো
ठीक टिपा-टिपी করতে ভুল বছর 15 বছর হয়ে গেছে তাদের বয়স বুঝিয়ে ওরে
নাম্বার
দ্বিতীয়টা হচ্ছে ইংলিশ বাজারে ইংরেজি কোর্স ওই যে স্যার 10
53 বস্তা
2385 ডিভাইডেড
বলে যাও অ্যাড্রেস কোথায়
অ্যাড্রেস হচ্ছে অ্যাড্রেস লাইন দেয় ভুলে গেছে অ্যাড্রেস ফোন করে নেব ইংরেজি ক্লাসে গিয়ে অ্যাড্রেস কি হতে পারে
মধ্যমপুর বাংলা চলো হাউ মাছ কত এরিয়া
ওটাই
না কত জমি আছে
জমি quantity purchase detail of point purchase 15 একর ফর্ম লিজ নিয়েছে নিজের নাম
ওটার জায়গা নেই
15 একর
কত এরিয়া কাটবে চলে 15 একর
হ্যাঁ 15 একর
15 একর তো
হ্যাঁ ফিস আপনি কোন বলছেন ও ফিস চাষটা যে জানাবেন ফিস ক্রপ জায়গা ফিস এদিকে নীল 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 এদিকে নীল ওই উপরে আমাকে লোকেশনটা ওই লোকেশন মধ্যে মধ্যে কোথায় গেছে
নিয়ে
এটা হচ্ছে
50
স্যার কি বললেন আলাদা এটা কোন রোজে বস্তা 53 ওটাই তো
53 বস্তা
ছিল
ওটা একর জমি
না ই বস্তা 53 এখন এই উপরে ওটা হবে
হ্যাঁ
কে বিনোদা আচ্ছা
সবাই এগুলো দেখতে ঠিক আছে ঠিক আছে
শুনলে আউট হয়ে গেছে একদম মানে কম্পিউটারে একটু দিলে একজনের সাথে কথা বললো আউট হয়ে আবার নতুন ব্যবস্থা হলো এই চেপার করে তারপর আসছে
বলো
100% আর কি you should be where have one game fiscal through the year. So the basis of inquiry what the organized is year. Fiscal cultivation through the year. এখানে কমবে উপর লিখে দিও ঠিক আছে সম্পূর্ণ জায়গা লিখে দিও আচ্ছা এই করেছে সাপোজ आपको 61 नंबर suppose by the video by the number check R650 date है 27/11/2020 27/11/2020 परिवर्तन के डॉक्टर से प्रॉब्लम डॉक्टर से प्रॉब्लम रहमान 961 425 0512 address Guru Modu Budhoyati Sunday what's Mogampur Mala युधिष्ठिर मंडल ये आगे हाँ 8 लिखा जाएगा हाँ बेटा नजीर खानी NAJIR KHANI नजीर खानी NAJIR KHANI नजीर खानी मालदा 2150 मैंने 70 diabetes 70 21 एकड़ जमीन के 21 एकड़
की पुकुर
एकड़ पॉन्ड हाँ फिशरी এখানে আবার লিখছি
বলো
ফিশারি কিষকগণ সম্পন্ন
উত্তর আচ্ছা
নীল জল খাই throughout the year fish cultivation now the fish point of data which is a PS Limited
হ্যাঁ ওখান থেকে না তো
location
this guy excessively like
no 100% Western DA English Bazar. 961 425 0512.
That's.
This is the Western DA. Western T वाला. T for point. हाँ ठीक है. English Bazar. Go route.
Mongdupur.
Mongdupur lah. Itu mana? উজ্জ্বল মন্ডল প্লাস্টিক 22
On address.
ইংলিশ বাজার মন্ডল লিখছো না 2250
বাইরের জিনিস কত আছে?
50 ঠিক আছে 50
জমি কত?
জমি হচ্ছে 16 একর 16 একর পয়েন্ট ফিশারি পিছনে তো एकड़ 16 ওখানে 15 না 16 হবে তারপরে যে প্রবলেম কোন ফিশারি ফিশারি এরিয়া অ্যাপ্লাইড সম্পূর্ণ 16
সূত্র বস্তা তাই তো?
15 50 না 50 ওই যে 50 আছে
জিরো
স্যার ওখানে 16 দিন এটা ঠিক আছে জিরো এটা হচ্ছে স্কিল স্কিল কত 100% করে দিয়ে নাই তো না এটা সময়টাই ইংলিশ বাজার কি একবার স্কিল ছিল না 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 ওটা তো কোনো যে পরেরটা ধরো ওটা কি ওয়েবসাইট আসবে নাকি এটা ধরে শো কজ নোটিশ এটা আটশো রাইট নাম্বার 862 27 11 2024 ডক্টর শেফাউর রহমান
telephone number
961 425 0512
Yes.
Address office of the করলে হয় স্যার more than 2 দীপক মন্ডল ধন্যবাদ। দীপক মন্ডল কোথায় আছে? এই যে তেরো তেরো তেরো, হ্যাঁ।
অ্যাড্রেস
অ্যাড্রেস হচ্ছে নজির খানি, মোহদিপুর, মালদা। নজির খানি, মোহদিপুর, মালদা। NAJIR আগে দিতে না ওখানে মোহদিপুর ছিল না মনে হয়। 100 বস্তা 45 কেজি 50 করা আছে 45 আছে ডিভাইডেড 45 100 বস্তা 250 কেজি বার
আমরা একটু পরে শুরু করছি, আমাদের হয়ে গেছে এখানে একটু পরে
19 আর 20 দুবার লেগে 250 টাকা 700 বস্তা দীপক মন্ডল। আর এটা আছে অসিত মন্ডল 250 বস্তা।
একই নাম
না, এটা দীপক আর অসিত।
দেখো চিঠিটা
চিঠি
তোমার লাঞ্চ হলো? হ্যাঁ, তোমার আবার এইটা খাবে না তো, ইলিশ মাছ চাই, বাংলাদেশের ইলিশ। আবার ফরাক্কার ইলিশ না তো বাংলাদেশ, তার বাইরেও খাবে না।
কি বলবো দীপক নদী টেলার
14.2
দীপঙ্কর
প্রতীক আছে এখানে? শুরু করতে হবে তো, না তো 4টের মধ্যে ছাড়তে হবে। হ্যাঁ কমাল, হ্যাঁ ইলিশ দিয়ে লাঞ্চ করলে তো আমরা রাতের বেলা মেঘে চচ্চড়ি দেখেছি। আরে গেস্ট হাউসে রেখেছি রাতে। ঠিক আছে, শুরু করি। হ্যাঁ, তো thank you again for joining the next session, that is the technical session 2, which is the update on CA protocol. In this session, our chairman will be Professor P.K. Pal. He is the Director of Extension Education of UVKB, and he has the experience to implement many field level activities, and he is coordinating the activities of the Krishi Vigyan Kendros. So he is well aware of the program, and he has basically he is also from Extension Department. Obviously, he is rich experience in extension education also. Now I am handing over the mic to Professor P.K. Pal. Congratulations.
Hello. So thank you, Professor Apurva Choudhury. I am privileged to be the chairman of this session. I congratulate and convey my thanks to the organizing committee to give me this opportunity. And I welcome here in this session our Honorable Vice Chancellor from Bidhan Chandra Krishi Vishwavidyalaya, Dr. Sajal Ghosh, and here another chairman of this session and previous session, Dr. Pranab Jyoti Pandit is also here. And I welcome all the dignitaries from CIMIC. They are online, and Professor Choudhury and the participants here online, and also in this hall. And here six deliberations are there, and I think it will be for every deliberation there will be around 25 to 30 minutes time. 15. Oh, so 10 to 15 minutes time, and I hope that here the participants are from the line departments and also the participants from the Krishi Vigyan Kendras who are actually will advocate these technologies to the farmers, and I hope that they will learn these technologies, these new protocols very well, and they will afterwards it will be transmitted to the field. So with these few words, I am starting the session. So I invite Dr. Mahesh K. Ghatala from CIMIC to start his presentation. Please, Dr. Ghatala.
Thank you, Dr. Fall, for again, giving me opportunity. This is not a presentation, but this is more discussion. So we are not presenting any presentation here, but we will discuss very openly during 20 minutes time the really problems and calibration issues, and then adjustment, and then what we are facing. That some questions came out previously. So this is more on discussion and all, but before that, I would like to highlight that how is calibrations and then adjustment and troubleshooting and maintenance is important. Though Pratik ji is there, he will also contribute on this, and he will add more if necessary, but we will more focus on discussion. So every machines that it's very important for calibration and then adjustment in every time and maintenance. Especially when we'll talk about the happy seeder and multi-crop planter is more important, because these are new machines and we are running in that, and it depends also on time, soil type, cropping system, crops, and then locations and driver operators, as well as also speed of machines. So there are many issues that is depending on crop. So those like crops which are planting as a continuous seeding through fluted rollers, speed doesn't matter that much, but those crops it's like requires precision planting, and then species planting like maize, and then we can say that pea and then other crops, which matters for speed and tractor driver skills as well. So first thing that before taking field machines, and for that it would be great if we recommend Purvaji that we develop videos for all calibrations, as well as zero tillage as a customers and all. That would be very helpful to use them and everybody use them. That hope Pratik ji will provide those links to all participants. Those are here, and put all links in chat box, and everybody can watch those videos. That will be very useful for not only machines but also for sprayer, spraying machines and their calibration and speed, and then also very important. So Pratikji, what would you like to say that here? I would like to over to you to put some points, and then we will go for discussion rather than we will talk rather than we'll hear and then answer them. Over to you, Pratikji, for adding more points and then importance, and then we'll go for immediately for discussions.
Protocols ne?
Calibration.
Thank you, Mahesh. Regarding the calibration of happy seeder, if we say, then we have calibrated it. The major issue probably is with the depth, because when a combined is operating, the straw is not evenly spread on the surface, and so even in that situation, if a happy seeder moves, the hips are not been dislodged. There lies a problem, little problem, and where probably we have to be very cautious about the depth of swing. So by reducing a little bit, probably like my experience with jute and wheat, we have reduced the depth of swing a little bit, about 1 centimeter or so, and it comes out very nicely. Even when we have operated both at the same time, that is combined and happy seeder operating at the same time on single field. If we reduce that, probably we can overcome that situation of germination, as was mentioned by one of the ADs during the last discussion. Apart from that, yesterday also we were with the happy seeder only. It is working nicely, no problem with that. With standing residue, there is no problem.
So in addition to that, that's why, because these all requires a capacity building of calibrations and maintenance of machines. And unfortunately, we don't have any kind of a center which take lead to be, provide these kind of skills to the operators as well as, to our extension persons as well as extension officers. Because if as an extension officer, if I don't know how to calibrate machine, how I can suggest to the, drivers and then, custom service providers as well as to lower level. So once we know that, so every level we need to have this information that how to calibrate, how is calibration is important, how to fixing the problems is also important. So that's you are talking when we have a residue and an happy seeder, we must try to be keep showing that as much as minimum. Because why? Because when we run the happy seeders, if sufficient moisture in soils and then that lines is covered by properly, residue, germination will become very well. I also observed that sometimes what happened in zero tillage and multi-crop planter in normal sowing, let's leave with happy seeder one time, even in general normal zero tillage, if depth of seeding for like example wheat is high or more, then it directly affects your tillering capacity. You will get good germination sometimes, but number of tillers will remain same because that plant will not get enough space from their base to produce more tillers at initially, and that is clearly fact. So keeping less depth is always better than keeping more depth, and that's depend on soil type and then how much residue, and then also field to field what is the condition and moisture. So that's why it's important that if you are running a kind of a machine in one field, in X field, and then we adjust the depth of 3 centimeter, doesn't mean that that adjustment will work for next field. Because if moisture level is high, and then same adjustment can be put our seed at 7 centimeter. So we need adjustment at field to field, and that requires training and capacity to our operators, which is very, very important. In despite of this, also calibration for seed is very, very important. How much seed we would like to put it in that, and that before that going in the field, we need to be put calibration that, okay, if 100 kg seed is required per hectare, we need to be adjust on that. If it's 120 kg, or that calibration is vary for crop to crop. Once, these our operators will calibrate like 50 times or 100 times, and then they use practically in the field. Maybe after that, their eyes will fix it. They don't need to be put again calibrations and then calculate and then weight of seed and all. Once they know, and then they know what is the, seed is dropping rates and all, then that they will be, much better than us even to adjust the seed rates and all. So we will open for questions, sir, with permission of chairman, and then we'll hear more from the audience, what kind of problems they are facing, and then we'll answer one by one.
Okay, so the participants, if you have that experience of problems on calibration, one by one you can.
Mahesh, this is Soyal.
Just
to supplement, training center for the operators, including maintenance and calibration, etc., of the high-end machinery, particularly used in harvesting and sowing, is coming up at Bardwan under the Department of Agriculture, and hope this will be starting functioning very short. It is being managed by West Bengal Agro Industries Corporation in collaboration with a number of heavyweights in this industry. Thank you.
So,
I think to initiate, Dr. Apurvaji, you remember what was the question which came during, previous session regarding calibrations and adjustment? There was even question came, and then we can start from there.
Maheshji, actually what Devashish asked in the last session, that in Malda, we have shared many time with you that in Malda, especially in maize, there are typical three soil topography. One is Tal, and one is Barin, and one is Diara. And each and every time after harvest of rice or paddy, due to compactness of the clay soil, there is always an issue of seed dropping. Even after having a good calibration of the machine, there is a gap in the maize field. So there is an issue in maize, and farmers always asking the solution. And this is the question of Devashish, that how we can address this issue, especially in a compact soil in the region like Malda.
It's very valid questions, and then I saw there's a one platform on WhatsApp. It's called SRFSI Malda, and maybe from Tanveer group or somebody is posted that videos, and I saw that what was the issues in that. So again, because right now, as we are progressing, we are working. So now new machines are coming as a kind of low, what we call height machines, that seed is travel less, so that would be less problem. But that's particularly in maize, it's happened due to two reasons. One, and in particular that video, Tapme, I would like to highlight, I observed that where we have a inclined plate seed box, right? So that box slope was too much. So it was like almost straight. So when we have this straight kind of things, then maize, grains generally drop back in the box, right? So in that case, like we need to be adjust as a slope, we reduce the slope. So seed will remain and then properly, drop in the pipe, and that will deliver to the, that. Definitely, there are issues that we are talking about, like heavy clay soils and heavy moistures. And in that one, it depends totally on driver skills. If driver will even put little, like machine with a kind of like a, what we call that, one time with high speed or with jerk, and then soil will fix in, that's in furrow and in delivery, and then it will be, it's started, that's problem. So we need to be check that as well. But definitely there is a scope for the itself is incline plate is required. And we need an incline plate in such a way that it creates anti-lock. Once maize seed is fixed, it should not be come back. And that's kind of, we need to be give feedback to the manufacturers, and that will be maybe more helpful to improve that kind of situations as well. In maize, again, because speed is matters. So when we plant maize, please try to tell the all operators that it would be better. They will charge little 50 taka or 100 taka more per biga or per acre, but they must not compromise it to speed. They keep speed very slow, so that vibration creates less, and then seeding precise will be more. So that's kind of, and definitely I agree, Tapmeji, that there are still issues of soil types, type to type and all. Hope if you will use at proper moisture level, then that will not be a much problem. But still we need to be work on continuously, and hope once we have our this testing and training excellence center, we will work more on different kind of soils and furrow openers to redesign and remodify it, and that will work more on heavy soils. That will be very helpful.
Hello, Mahji. Yeah, actually, I want to share an experience with you and as well as all the participants and dignitaries here. Yeah, you are right. In few years back, you suggested to give an pre-showing irrigation before going to maize, seeding of maize. And we did it in Malda. It will be very helpful for proper seeding. But the issue is that, as because the Malda actually the soil is heavy clay, that will delay the sowing of maize crop almost 12 to 15 days, and farmers don't want to be at that time. This is the major issue in Malda, that if we can go for a pre-showing irrigation, that will be helpful, but we couldn't apply it in the practical field. This is the issue. If there is a low height machine like specialized machinery developed by the National Agro, that is pneumatic planter, that will be helpful, but the cost is too high for the service provider to purchase it. Hello.
Depends, Tapmeji, it's situations. If sufficient moisture is available, I don't think so we should be, worried about pre-sowing irrigation. But if not, soil is dry, it would be better. You remember, and we learned with our, mistakes. And Pratik ji will highlight, and you will also highlight, when we started in 2014 and 15 sowing maize, and we were putting maize and fertilizer together in one place and one space, and we were facing a huge problem of germination, because maize grain is very sensitive for potassium fertilizers, and that's heavy burning. And then later we decided that we will make a difference of 2 or 3 centimeter, that side placement of fertilizer and then seed, and then we resolved that issues, and then our performance is improved, right? And so that's way, but it's depending on that, we need to be take decisions and all. Definitely, because machines are, highly precise machines are available, but as we are working with the smallholder farmers, we would like to give them the most efficient machines and economical and affordable machines. So we cannot recommend that pneumatic planter which cost around 6 to 700,000 or 400,000, taka. which is not economical or profitable to these service providers. So again, still this inclined plate is the best, but we need to have an adjustment, like adjusting the slope, adjust using the right, time over that plate and all. That can help. It's not as pneumatic planter, but still, if we will get 90 to 95% perfection, I think it's very well acceptable, and that's we need to work on that.
Hand it over to the chairman's technical session, but I do agree, Maheshji. And there is a gapping, but farmers achieve good yield. But this is the mental setup of the farmers. They don't want even the 1% gapping in the field. This is the major issue, I think, in maize in eastern regions. But in question of yield, this is always better. Even 10 to 15% seed gap in the field, but they achieve better yield as compared to city. Thank you, Maheshji.
Just before that, I am running one video to show that what was the problems is from Malda, and hope that will help.
Share your screen then.
Yeah, I'm sharing. That's I'm doing. So. Now my screen is there, and then video is there, right? And this is it's not a, we are facing problem that it's blockage, or what we call that in time or in dropping place, but rather than problem itself in inclined plate. So I show this video, look at that. Almost like 20% seeds are coming back. And that's the problem, right? It's dropping back. And that's dropping of seed is because if you look at this slope, Pratikji, if you look at slope, it's very straight. If we reduce this slope, and this seed will be remain, within that group, and then it will deliver properly. So these are the small, and then later we see that, there are gaps in between. And maize is such a crop, farmer don't want to see any single plant gap. And that's where we will before make sure. That's why I'm saying before running in the complete field, we need to adjust machines. That's how seed is dropping back and how we can improve that. That's the criticals that can be take decision only in the field itself by the operator or person that is monitoring. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Maheshji. Vishwanath, have you any question about FCDA?
Before going to next topic, probably we would like to hear something from Roger, because he has been working for these machines for a long time on field. Whether he has any typical calibration or any adjustment problem.
Yes, I'm here. Actually, thank you, basically farmers' problem regarding calibration or dropping of the seed in the field. So far, I have said that it is technological problem. Why this is? I am saying this because as we have learned that total number of plants in a specific area remains as desired. So that's why, but the farmer feels that the seed placement is somehow uneven and not as he or she places by his or her hand. So that's a blockage, mental blockage. I feel that's a great mental blockage. So I feel that to overcome this blockage, and not only the farmers, I feel that some blockage or some areas are there where the extension workers like us who are working in the field, maybe also from other organizations, we need to be confident regarding the status of the field what is going to be. That's why their training is also most important. And initially for maize, the initial establishment during winter, the normal sowing time becomes very retarded or very less. But after, when some temperature gets risen, so the maize takes its own growth. These are all known to us. But at the field, as the farmer sees that the seed is dropped unevenly, so he or she cannot have the confidence that that would yield a good crop. So that's one of the major points I feel. And to overcome that point, we need to go to the farmers more with more demonstrations or more farm school like activities that would help the farmer to learn this. Other issues are, as Master already shown, that inclination of the plate and speed. Sometimes some driver runs the tractor very speedy, sometimes it runs with a moderate speed. The speed also matters. Another point is that when land shaping, many often the land is not evenly even. Some part of the land is very down and some part of the land is high. These factors also influences the seed dropping. This is at this time from my part. Thank you.
Thank you, Rajat. Anybody has any question, any doubt regarding calibration?
Not only on calibration, any problem that they are facing.
Problem, yeah.
Yeah.
On implementing these kind of activities on field. No. So probably, yeah.
So thank you, Mahesh. Probably in this session there is no question, but maybe some questions may be forwarded to you afterward, and I think that will be taken care of. So in the next, as a next speaker or next presenter, I invite Dr. P.M. Bhattacharya for nursery management in rice. Please.
Thank you, Chairman, sir. Respected Vice Chancellor, BCKV, and all the dignitaries and colleagues who are working on conservation agriculture for last few years. Before going to nursery management, I would like to just share a glimpse of what we have done till now. Because many of us are new to this field today and may not be acquainted with the situation what we have gone through. So right. So basically conservation agriculture is based on 3 principles and they are applied simultaneously on the field. One is, as from the morning itself we are talking about zero tillage planter, multi-crop planter, happy seeder. All these things are basically targeted towards minimum. No? Stop share. Oh.
I think the Pratik ji do again sharing, stop and then sharing again may be helpful. Yes, it's working
Yes.
now.
Now it's fine. So now conservation agriculture basically is based on 3 principles. That is minimum disturbance, as we have been talking from today morning. Second is keeping organic soil cover That is, we are utilizing residues in this case and as mulching. And third is to diversify the crop rotation or cropping pattern so that we can utilize the different strata of nutrients in the soil. So this is these are to be applied simultaneously, then only we can achieve conservation agriculture as such on the field. Now, our story goes like this, that we initially standardized the protocols. Basically, we standardized 6 crops for 6 crops. And with this standardization was done with at least about 200 participatory trials, and we validated the protocols over 4 years. And then it was given a business case, that is establishment of service providers who can take this science to the farmers at their locations. So the service providers were trained with the machineries, with the technologies, with the protocols and everything. They were handed, and the whole of the technology was handed over to the farmers' situation. And finally, what we received was a policy support from the government of West Bengal. But in this whole story, we always tried to get feedbacks from the farmers, from the extension agencies, from the scientists, everywhere. We tried to collect the feedbacks. So what was delivered was essentially CA protocol for maize, wheat, jute, green gram, lentil, then surface seeding with and mulching for lentil and mustard, then protocol for unpuddled transplanting of rice and its seedling production. So this unpuddled transplanting of rice was probably very new to this region. It took around, say, 4 to 5 years to establish all the protocols required for unpuddled transplanting of rice. Then we initiated in 2014 with 8 service providers only. Now we have around 87 service providers giving service to the farming community, out of which farmers aggregations are around 49, women self-help groups are 12, individual service providers are also there, they are around 26. And in the process, for unpuddled transplanting of rice with mechanical rice transplanter, seedlings factories were set with the help of SHGs, and they are now around 43 to 45. This kind of groups are working in mostly in Kuch Bihar and Malda, and in Alipurduar also, through which we got that around 1084 employment generation was done. So 1084 people get a year-round employment through these systems, out of which rural youth and rural women were categorized, and it covered around 4.64 thousand hectares. Now, it serves around 4.64 hectares. We still have a long way to go. Also, there was some seed producers using conservation agriculture principles, and now even like lentil and wheat seeds are being produced regularly through conservation agriculture practices with the help of node level seed producers or community level seed producers. This is a little, just a glimpse of economics of the system. This upper part is for the crops and the lower part is for the systems, like rice, maize, rice, lentil, jute, rice, wheat, maize, mung bean, rice, lentil, mung bean, rice, mustard, boro. So we calculated all this. We worked on all these systems continuously with the help of participatory trials with the farmers, and we collected all the data, and what we got is something like this. What are the accrued benefits? Basically, crop productivity increases by 4 to 6% in our situation. Profitability is 14 to 40%, 15 to 40%. The technology is high water productivity. We can get high water productivity through this kind of technology. Higher population of beneficial microbes, higher soil enzyme activities, higher energy efficiency, low fuel consumption, and low environmental footprints. We calculated in terms of carbon dioxide emission, and we published all this in well-reputed journals. And finally, we got the policy support in terms of like inclusion of CA machineries in the compulsory list of custom hiring center by Government of West Bengal. Inclusion of CA machineries in other schemes for subsidies, supporting farmers aggregation at the ground level, and support through RKVI for training center on Kasi, which we have received the support, and we are going to start this training center very shortly, and probably we will be able to solve the problem of this machine drivers or the technicians who are working in the farming community with the farming communities. We can train them regularly. It will be a round the year training program for all the technicians who will be working on these kind of machines. And finally, I'm coming back to feedback. Already we have talked about this protocol for happy seeder, for jute, wheat, maize, and other things. Other problems which were thrown by the end users. One was disease in mat nursery. Second was the glyphosate issue, how we can reduce glyphosate application. Third is nutrient management under the change situations. And finally was adoption by the farmers. Why the farmers are not adopting, or still the rate of adoption is why it is so low? Why can't we increase the rate of adoption? So I will be talking about the disease in the mat nurseries. After that, glyphosate issue will be discussed by Biplav. Nutrient management part will be discussed by Abhash, and adoption by the farmers or the behavioral attitude of the farmers towards adoption will be discussed by Professor Kulla. So what we are looking in the seedling or the seedling blight problem in the mat nurseries, particularly more pronounced in the Boro season. The problem statement is that with increase in mechanization, we are using that is mechanical rice transplanters. And for mechanical rice transplanter, we need mat nurseries, very specified nurseries. It may be done on polythene sheets or on trays, but with the high temperature and very high humidity under the conditions under which the mat nurseries are produced, the plants are becoming prone to the seedling blight due to Rhizoctonia solani. So this is how it looks on the nurseries. The loss ranges to about 15 to 20%. That is 15 to 20% of the trays are thrown by the service providers because they are not able to use those trays for transplanting. And this may go up to 80% in some cases where the service providers were using polyhouse for nursery production. There we found that even 80% of the trays were infected. So it is a huge loss for the seedling factories set by the rural SHG or women SHG groups, and it costs a lot of money for them. So we thought that it should be resolved somehow. So initially what we started with is to reduce the seed rate. They normally give 125 gram, 120 gram of seed. There we started with the amount of seed. And what we got is that with reducing the amount of seed and with 100 grams only, we can transplant the rice. We don't need 120 or 130 grams of seed. Only with 100 grams of seed we can transplant the rice. So with 100 gram of seed, the disease can be reduced to certain extent. We can reduce it to certain extent. Then it becomes manageable by using some other technologies. So first, so this is the situation of 100 gram. This is 120 gram. This is 130 gram of seed. You can see the situation of the seed mats. Obviously, these trays were all charged with the inoculum. All were charged with the pathogen itself. So what we used here was a protocol of image analysis. What we did, we collected photographs from different seedling factories around here. We processed the image. We selected the region of interest for detection, the locations where the disease was there. Like here, it was the diseased area. Here, this is the diseased area. So we detected that part, and then phenotypic traits were extracted, and we found a result output with a percentage of data, a percentage data. So this percentage data is basically number of, or it essentially is the density of dots, nothing else. So what we are doing is we are using an app which is available in Google Play Store. Anybody can download the app. It is known as Canopio. And we used MATLAB from Oklahoma University to analyze the whole story. And we converted the whole green canopy or the tray picture into grayscale. And this grayscale was analyzed using the software. So this is something like this. What we did is it is only the variation of density of black dots, nothing else. If we vary the dots, it can create an image. And with the scale of 1% to 100% of dots, we can create variation of grays. So if we convert the picture to gray, we can then get what is the percentage of dots in this picture. So this is actually utilizing a half-tone photo production system was used, and it can be used by using this small app. Anybody can use it anywhere. Then what we did, we standardized the Canopio data with the fractional green cover, FGCC percentage, and what we found that this is highly correlated. So if we can do this, if we get the FGCC percentage, we can immediately estimate what will be the probable disease percent in that mat, in that area. We got actually literature on Canopio, how it can be used. So we used this app and we converted this into a standard curve using more than around 100 to 120 nursery data from the surrounding. Then we went to integrated disease management. But what was the problem was, basic problem with this pathogen is, it essentially is a sclerotial pathogen. We cannot use fungicide against it. It is very easy to think that it is a seedling blight, immediately apply a fungicide, it will help. It won't help because the pathogen is a sclerotial pathogen. It is in the soil and it is very difficult to kill the sclerotia by using a fungicide. So we cannot use it. We have to find some alternate ways. So what we used was essentially two technologies. One was induced resistance, how we can induce the resistance in the plant itself. Another is using a bioagent which can colonize on the sclerotia. So we used a mixture and we used around 21 different combinations of different things, different agents to find out which will give us minimum disease under the situation. So what we got is essentially two combinations were almost free of disease. We tried it for 4 different times in the year. We tried the same thing again and again 4 times in a year. And what we found is that if the combination of fluorescent pseudomonas available in the market, trichoderma and phosphate solubilizer, is sufficient resistance is made in the plant so that it can resist this disease in the mat nursery. But the initial thing is that the mat nurseries has to be monitored. It has to be monitored. So for monitoring, even anybody can use, even the service providers, extension agents, scientists, anybody can use a small app, take a picture with a mobile, analyze the same picture on Canopio, get the fractional green cover. If it is more than 77, 100-gram seed is enough for seedling to be used in rice transplanters. Rice specific microbial consortium, 5 gram per kg of seed. The seed is to be treated. That's all, nothing else. And then we have to monitor the trays where the critical value for fractional green cover is only 77. If any value more than 77 is there, that means my tray is safe. If it is less than 77, you have to take immediate action on it. You may have to drench the soil with fungicide. If you are using 5 gram per kg of soil rice consortium, then probably there won't be any problem. If somebody is missing the seed treatment part, then he has to monitor. And if it is less than 77, immediately he has to go for exigency or therapeutic treatment with fungicide. And not only spraying of fungicide won't help, it has to be drenched with fungicide actually. So it will increase the cost of production of seedling to a higher extent. Because nowadays the fungicide which is available for this kind of social pathogens are extremely costly. Like you all know about Netivo, Belma. These are all extremely costly fungicide for the farmers to use in this situation. This is all about the nursery management at the moment from us. This is just to give you an update how we can do it. So probably the discussion will be at the end. Yeah. So thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to share my part.
So thank you, Dr. Bhattacharya. Now, I think on that line, now the term is for Dr. Biplab Mitra. And the participants, please write your any type of query.
Very good afternoon, everybody. Without wasting time, I'm simply coming to my topic. For next couple of minutes, I will be sharing the progress made so far from the part of the university regarding evaluation of alternative option for glyphosate. You know, this is very much required to sustain our activities in field, and at the same time, this is very much very important for ground level implementation. You know, with this background, we actually started our experiment since Kharif 2019, targeting rice. This was not basically an experiment, rather I would say it's a screening trial as suggested by Dr. Gathala. And in that season, means Kharif 2019, we took 2 trials. First one, that is study on different herbicidal options. Based on literature, we have collected that these are the options that may be tried against glyphosate. And at that time, we presumed that probably glufosinate ammonium that will be working, or I would say that would be the suitable alternative for glyphosate. This was our idea, but there are certain basic differences regarding mode of action of this glyphosate and glufosinate ammonium. So in the first trial, we tested glyphosate in comparison to paraquat, glufosinate ammonium in combination with halosulfuron, paraquat in combination with glufosinate ammonium against VD check. And in the second trial, what I'm saying that as our presumed idea was that probably glufosinate ammonium will be working as a suitable alternative of glyphosate. So we have tried to standardize that if glufosinate ammonium is identified as a suitable alternative, at what concentration? Because there are several literatures in which scientists were claiming that it would be at 350 grams or 500 grams. Several literatures were found. So based on that, we put 375, 500, 625 and 750 grams. So just see this picture. This was taken in last year Kharif. So soon after application of glufosinate ammonium, you can see that it starts yellowing within next 3 days. 3 to 4 days, you can get these sort of appearances. Because at that time, there is a complex wheat flora and it coinciding with monsoon. Within next couple of days, in the next picture, you can see that within 8 to 10 days, you are having some control, but at the same time, new flushes, they are coming up. And at 15 days after spraying, just look the rightmost picture. So almost the field is being covered with green weeds. And just compare it against the glyphosate. The below picture is glyphosate and exactly the time is 15 days after spraying. So it tells glyphosate is unparalleled. Paraquat works very fast, but within next couple of days, and even in glufosinate ammonium, it works maximum up to 7-8 days, and then it could not control the subsequent flushes. Glufosinate in higher doses means when we are comparing the relative efficacy of different concentration, glufosinate in higher doses, 750 grams AI per hectare, that were quite effective as compared to rest of the doses. And at late, thanks to Mahesh ji, we actually got flumioxazine. It's a chemical from Sumitomo at that time, and we actually got the sample later. So then we actually tested in combination with glufosinate, flumioxazine and glufosinate. And this is the picture exactly after 15 days of application, flumioxazine plus glufosinate. And it was supposed to be a promising combination. But as I'm saying that it was basically a screening trial. We didn't pick detailed data on this. In consultation with CIMIT, actually Mahesh ji assisted a lot in designing this trial. Because, in Ravi 2019-20, our target crop was wheat and maize. And there we have tested a number of combinations. Glyphosate, paraquat, glufosinate ammonium, flumioxazine, glufosinate in combination with flumioxazine, paraquat in combination with flumioxazine, glufosinate in combination with flucitosulfuron, and paraquat in combination with flucitosulfuron. Because even based on the literature, these were supposed to be the probable alternatives. We don't know what will click. Just see the picture. So this is 3 days after application of herbicides. If you just see T3, T7, T9, it clearly depicts that in these combinations, we are using paraquat. And for rest of the field, just see the close one, T4. T4, this is glufosinate ammonium. It starts yellowing. Even in T6, T8, you will not get that appearance as you are witnessing in T3, T7 or T9. At the time of seeding, it clearly depicts that almost you can go for seeding because almost the field is having yellowish appearance, and that would not be problematic if we go for seeding of wheat or maize in these fields. This is actually the picture. It is really means we are witnessing a great hope after 14 days. Means almost all the combination works. Obviously, their efficacy is different. And at 14 days, that means 7 to 8 days after seeding of zero tillage wheat,
we are quite hopeful that yes, these combinations may work. And this is 45 days after sowing. Except T1, you can see that there is not much problem with respect to weed infestation. But I must say, here we have applied one post-emergence herbicide. This is not exactly the application of your pre-plant glyphosate or rest of the combinations, and there is no spraying up to 45 days. The case is not like that. Means after spraying of glyphosate, we skipped the pre-emergence application. But there is one post-emergence application at around 4 weeks. Now, just this is the data. If you see the total weed density, just see it. Before sowing, 3 days after sowing, 7 days after sowing, and 20 days after sowing. Why 28 days? Because we are pinpointing 28 days. Because if our possible alternatives, if it can give protection up to 4 weeks, then it would not be a big problem to control the weeds, because we are having good post-emergence herbicides, particularly for wheat and maize. So there also you just see, except glyphosate. Glyphosate, generally the weed population is become lower with the advancement of sowing time. Just see the glyphosate one. Whatever the population at initial stages, that is slightly reduced 3 days after sowing, again reduced 7 days after sowing, and it was reduced at 28 days. But for rest of the combinations, it is exactly means upward. In 3 days, there is no weeds in paraquat related, means the combinations in which we have used paraquat. But it actually starts resurgence from 7 days, and at 28 days, we found, just see, glufosinate plus flumioxazine or glufosinate plus flucytosulfuron. These are actually the green lines and the red lines. This is next best alternative to glyphosate, but we are not comparing here. This is with all respect to weed dry weight and weed control efficiency. If we compare it at 7 days after application and after 20 days of application, there is a huge difference in weed dry weight. Because even from the picture, it is clear to you that at 7 days, almost each of the herbicidal combinations, they works fine. So that is why if you see the weed control efficiency, at 7 days for most of the combinations, the weed control efficiency is close to 90% or even more. But what at 28 days after sowing? Here, glyphosate is having 87% control, and the next two combinations, glyphosate plus your glufosinate plus flucytosulfuron, it is having 80.2, and glufosinate plus flumioxazine, it is around 77%. For rest of the combinations, it is dropped down to 30%, 40%. But you know, always I think the grassroots level workers who are actually working in the field, you must admit that grass and sage, that is not a big problem in Rabi crops as we are witnessing it in case of monsoon. And when we estimated the grain yield of wheat, only in these three combinations, the number of spike is exceeding 300. That is for glyphosate, glufosinate plus flumioxazine, and glufosinate plus flucytosulfuron. And for rest of the combinations, obviously we are getting good yield, but that is not comparable to these treatments. What happened for maize? Even this is also from this graph, you can easily witness that this is the data taken from weedy check. The number of weeds that is gradually increased with the progress of time, and if you don't control any measures, if you don't put any control measures, weed will automatically be grown. Grasses, that will definitely having the higher share. Sages, this is not a big problem in Kuch Bihar during Rabi. And the broadleaf, it starts growing from 7 days, having some problem at 28 days. But if we don't put any control measure, at 45 days, we are having around 60 to 80, 60, close to 60 broadleaves per square meter. It's a huge one. From this picture, it will be clear to you. And I think the rightmost one, this is the unweeded check in wheat. Hardly you can find any wheat plant here. It is totally full of polygonum. And I think particularly the workers, you know, who are working in Kuch Bihar, they know how serious is the problem. because literally we are telling about, means we are also even gathering many informations on Phalaris minor, but Phalaris is not a big problem here. Here the major headache is polygonum. And initially the fields were infested with cynodon, but if we don't cautious enough to control polygonum, I think we will lose big yields. So that is also the data in maize when we are comparing the weed control efficiency of various combinations at 20 days, 28 days. And we can see that in glyphosate, we are having 92% control efficiency as compared to your glufosinate plus flucitosulfuron having 82.6 and glufosinate plus flumioxazine, it is having 79.3. So these two are the next best combinations. What we supposed to be means we are picking this information simply based on 1 year trial. This year also the crop is in field, and in maize, as per suggestion of Dr. Mahesh, we tested these two, Tembotran, because Tembotran, sometimes the reports came from various colleagues working in the field from the Department of Agriculture that Tembotran sometimes not controls all the weeds. So maybe what is the fate of Tembotran in near future? We have to test it against other possible alternatives also. So we tested topramizon, Tembotran in comparison with no spray. And here you can see that if you see the second one, the weed status 15 days after post-emergence herbicides application, almost the fields are free from weeds whenever we are going for Tembotran or topramizon spray. But obviously, relative efficacy of topramizon is to some extent better than your Tembotran. But obviously, it will be dependent from field to field, and we have to do much research on these aspects. This is the story in last year Kharif. Particularly in this year Kharif, the rainfall started since March and it continued up to October. And it's a huge rainfall this time. And it is a conducive environment for the wheat growth. Just see, even in this year, this is the picture where we have the field full of weeds, grasses, sages, broadleaves, complex weed flora. Then we actually sprayed without disturbing the layouts. What we have tested in Ravi, exactly in that layout, we sprayed all the possible chemicals in your rice. And this is actually, it's a courageous attempt from us. This is zero tillage transplanting, not unpuddled transplanting. We have not disturbed the soil. The layout was as such. And 3 to 4 days after application of herbicides, the second picture, it actually tells that what is actually the growth of weeds or how the weeds are responding to application of glyphosate. 7 days after spraying through mechanical transplanter, we actually did the transplanting. But we got only the success in case of glufosinate plus flumioxazine. For rest of the combinations, even there was not appropriate stand of the crop. So this is actually the field. The extremely means in second row, the right side picture. So this tells that around 17, 18 or 20 days after application, if we are having a good post-emergence application, post-emergence herbicides, at least we can move ahead. So based on these findings, based on these observations, we can conclude that glufosinate ammonium plus flucitosulfuron or glufosinate ammonium plus flumioxazine that are having some promising data. We got promising data with respect to these two chemicals that may be served as an alternative of glyphosate for wheat and maize, particularly during dry season. Glufosinate ammonium in combination with flumioxazine, it works better in rice But if we compare the efficacy of rice in contrast to wheat and maize, the efficacy is much, much lesser. For these herbicides, for wheat or maize, we are getting around 75%, 80% efficacy. But that efficacy has reduced to around 45, 50%, 55% in case of rice. The third bullet is very, very important. That is, in case of early post-emergence application, we may skip any pre-emergence herbicides for wheat and maize. But for rice, this is the visual observation for last 2 years, that if we don't spray any pre-emergence herbicides, if we only rely on these combinations, that will not give full protection up to 25 or 28 days. So we have to apply one, at least pretilachlor or this sort of things, any pre-emergence herbicides. And paraquat, glufosinate, yes, that can be tried. Maybe paraquat, I think within next couple of days, means 4 or 5 days, the next subsequent flashes of weeds, they have emerged. Glufosinate, ammonium, it works up to 10, 12 days, even in Rabi season. But the subsequent flashes could not be controlled through glufosinate alone. So maybe these are actually the progress so far made from the part of the university. And I think through the assistance of CIMIT, ACIAR, we are forwarding, or we are continuing this research for next couple of seasons. And this year already the trial is under repetition. So hopefully we may get suitable alternative of glyphosate within a very short time. So this is the sharing from my part with respect to the alternatives of glyphosate. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Mitro. So because the discussion will be at the end, so now I invite Dr. Sinha for nutritional management.
দেখে নাও, তাহলে এখান থেকে এটাকে তুমি সরিয়ে দিও।
Good afternoon, everybody. Before starting my talk on nutrient management in conservation agriculture, respected chairman of the session, honorable vice chancellor of Bidhan Chandra Krishi Vishwavidyalaya, and also respected additional director of agriculture, North Bengal region, and my colleagues from this university, and of course my respected principal investigator and myself, Professor Apurva Choudhury sir, and my friends who are working in the Department of Agriculture. So basically, I have been encouraged to work in conservation agriculture by our two of the scientists who were initially related with this conservation agriculture part, Dr. Pratik Madhav Bhattacharya and Dr. Piyush Mukherjee. So I did my PhD in conservation agriculture with their encouragement, and then we got this project of SRFSI where we joined hands and we started some experiments. So basically why I'm saying this, that in the year 2006, we have started a long-term trial in our university, and it is still continuing. And probably this is the only long-term trial on conservation agriculture which is existing in this entire, I will say, eastern region. I have inquired from many of the places. There are several long-term trials going on in BAU, in BCKB, but it is not related to conservation agriculture. So that is one of the, I will say that at that point we thought, and we continued in this. So this is what is conservation agriculture, and you can see that what are the benefits. I will not go into the details of this, but thing is that two important factors are emerging from our this conservation agriculture part is that we are adding lots of biomass. We are adding lots of biomass, and we are energizing the soil system in such a way that it encourages, or rather it will become self-sufficient in the long run. Let's see what happens. See, basically this is what I will say. CA system is it's a biological system where we'll have to energize the system, we'll have to increase the inherent capacity, and basically we are encouraging or increasing the soil health functions so that the soil can supply the nutrients or all the required things for the crops in its natural manner. So we are doing that. We are energizing the natural system. So as I was saying that the elements of nutrient management in conservation agriculture, how it is different that we are adding lots of biomass here. With the, as you know, that we will have to add at least 30% of the residue while we go for this type of zero tillage or any type of conservation agriculture practices. So I have just made a rough estimate from our different trials that this much amount of residue from rice maize and rice field system is generated every time. So if we can easily apply, if we can apply them into the soil, then there are lots of changes which will be occurring. This is a data I'm showing on total organic carbon because much is talked. Mainly the thing is talked in our scenario is that the changes are sometimes can be divided into two. One is short-term and long-term changes. So here the figure on the left-hand side of the screen is a long-term trial which is going on in our campus, and how the organic matter is changing. I'm showing it of data of 2012 and compared with data of 2019. And short-term trial, why I'm saying, because this is the SRFSI project going on, as Dr. Mahesh Ghatala was saying. This is the POC content of different nodes in both Kuch Bihar and Malda I'm showing, and it is from the core trial. It is from these estimates are from the core trials. So you can clearly see what is happening here, that in all the layers, basically we have considered 0 to 20 centimeter, because in the short-term trial, we cannot expect that the things or the organic carbon or the biomass will translate into the lower layers, because we are adding whatever we are adding on the surface. So we are keeping the residue on the surface. So we considered only 0 to 20 centimeter. So you can see in all the layers, 0 to 5, 5 to 10, 10 to 20 centimeters, there is an increment in zero tillage in comparison to conventional tillage. So this is one of the important factors, because you all know that today not much is talked about how to increase the total organic carbon, how to increase the carbon sequestration capacity of the soil and all these things. So overall, I'm giving you just a preliminary glimpse that total organic carbon increases in any scenario. So now what we are interested, because basically we are the extension officers or the SMS, KVK SMS. We all know what we are working for. You have read agriculture, and some of have earned experience more than us. But still, what we saw in our long-term experiments, and these three experiments, these three infiltration rate studies have been done in farmers' field, who are our farmers in under SRFSI, and they are basically from one is from Gugumari and another is from Pachara node. And here in the left side, the soil aggregation data, I have not given you the data of water stable aggregates. I am just showing one thing here, that how you can see that the larger fraction size of the particle is increasing under the ZT condition, 2 millimeter, you see. And it is not as much increasing in case of conventional tillage. What happens here, as our director of research put a question, what will happen if we keep on adding the residues in the soil? This is a very pertinent question which also came to my mind, that what happens when we are keeping on adding all the residues on the soil? See, nature has devised its own system. What happens where there is clay, where there is more clay in the soil, like our Malda nodes, specifically in Malda, we have seen that the clay content is very high. In case of Kalinagar, Gaurangapur, Vidyanandapur, all these nodes, they were containing higher clay. And in our area, maximum soil texture is sandy clay loam, sandy loam like this, loamy sand like this. So what happens? There is a fraction of organic matter that is called as particulate organic matter. That is one of the indicators. I have not shown here any data regarding this because because we have the data, but since we have done much of the studies in the farmers field and it was a short term, there was some little changes were observed in particulate organic matter with respect to the conventional and zero tillage. But still I am saying what happens, what we have seen, that in Kuch Bihar, if we are applying, say suppose 5 tons or 3 tons, any amount of residue, maximum amount of this carbon resides in that particulate organic fraction. And in Malda, what is happening? The maximum amount is now moving into the clay fraction. That is, it is getting attached. So we can say in Malda soils, the stabilization effect of this carbon means the carbon is slowly getting stabilized and it is not lost from the soil. And in case of Kuch Bihar, the effect of this type of carbon resides in particulate organic matter. That's why Dr. Ghatala was saying that initially short-term effect of this conservation agriculture was more prominent in sandy type of texture, which will slowly, and of course, because of the lesser amount of clay in our soils, there is chance that the movement of these, say, new carbon, when carbon is moving, all other nutrients are also moving into the lower horizons, and naturally it will improve the system. Why I am saying this, I will come to later point when we will discussing individual nutrients. See, another thing, when we are adding lots of biomass, we are improving the biodiversity or we are improving the organisms. So here I have taken, we have taken one example, or I will say one scientist. He has done lots of biological parameters. These are the microbial biomass carbon, microbial biomass nitrogen, acid phosphatase activity, dehydrogenase activities, and beta glucosidase. See, from the first one, microbial biomass carbon and dehydrogenase, we consider it as one of the indicators if the microbes are increasing or not in the soil. It has a direct relation. So when we are adding lots of this biomass, it is improving the microbial activity within the system. And naturally, what will happen, you know very well, all the nutrients that their cycling and their dynamics is related to the microbial activity within the soil. And so that's how what I'm trying to show here, that all these activities within this zero tillage condition, under zero tillage condition, is increasing because we are adding lots of residues on the surface. Next is there is a shift. See, just like as Biplav was saying, Biplav was talking about how we are using different types of herbicides, but there is a shift in the type of weeds from conventional tillage to zero tillage. Similarly, there is a shift of microbial population within the system. So if you keep that soil undisturbed for say 5 years, or if you keep it for at least 3 years and 6 cycles, you will find there is a beautiful coat of fungi on the entire soil surface. So slowly the biodiversical dynamics, or you can say biodiversity within the soil, is increasing in such a manner that it is making the system more competent enough. Next, what I am saying, that we have advantage in using this zero tillage machine. Specifically, what we are doing, we are adding the soil, we are adding the fertilizer in the right place. Okay, that is the basic advantage initially we are getting. You see, here I actually, this is a presentation which I presented before there was a training of agriculture development officer. We thought of lots of things because, as some of the friends from Malda were saying, that there is a problem that there is not good seed germination. This problem was also existing here. So what happened here, there was a problem that whenever we are applying the fertilizers and the seeds together there, and since the moisture in the soil remains higher in these soils, and naturally these fertilizers come in contact with the seeds, and there was a lesser germination because of the fertilizers were killing, or rather destroying, the seeds. So so here specifically in Kuch Bihar nodes, they developed that they separated this fertilizer and seed applying times, or in the zero tillage machines, and somehow they could manage, or they could reduce the death or mortality of the seeds. Another thing was concerning us, which we are still going on, that is the placement of fertilizer. How much deep we should place? We are trying in a different way. I have talked with some engineers that if we can put the fertilizer a little bit lower below the depth, then we can get better advantage. Probably there will be no this type of damage to the seeds. What I'm trying to say here, that there is a change in the root architecture. There is a, see, in case of zero tillage, since we are placing the nutrients on the surface, the roots, they remain on the surface and they try to get the nutrients from the surface, and there is a horizontal spread of the roots. So naturally they can use the they can use the nutrients from the surface. So here I am showing a research by Jart et al. In the Bisa farm, where they are showing in the T5 and T6, these are two treatments where you can see there is, I have highlighted this because there is a drilling, that means placing the fertilizers, and another is the broadcasting. The same thing is we are doing also, but why I have used, because see, they have used their nutrient use efficiency. So that's why I have highlighted. We are getting the same results here. We are also using biofertilizer treated, we are using biofertilizer in our experiment, where we are getting an sufficient indication that nutrient use is improving, and that is translating to the yield. Now, in case of nitrogen, nitrogen is a very tricky issue. We are facing lots of problem in our permanent trial because it is a sandy soil. It is a very sandy soil, and probably we are facing more problem in zero tillage condition than conventional tillage condition, because nitrogen was getting leached. Okay. And there is, of course, since residue is being added, right, nitrogen is become immobilized initially. So what happens, this also we saw in our farmers field, where we found that initially the farmers, they used to apply some fertilizers and they used to complain that they used to ring our Professor Chaudhary that said, "Gachta boro hocche na." So we used to rush there and we used to see that basically they have applied only the Basel 10, 20, 26 and they have not applied anything. And that too, after 30 days, they are saying that "Gachta boro hocche na." So we asked them to give fertilizers, because initially the farmers, they are not applying any amount. Naturally, we are not advising. Nowadays, we are saying that within 18 days of our showing, we will apply more fertilizer. So nitrogen management is of course tricky, and it is based on the situation where you are doing. But one advantage I want to mention, since the time is less, that regular application of biomass is slowly improving all these parameters, nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium within the soil system. For managing the nitrogen, we had, or rather I will say, the protocols which we have, the CIMIT which has placed to the DOA was in case of nutrient, we had a simultaneously project from IPNI, International Plant Nutrition Institute, on nitrogen management in rice, wheat, and maize. So they have developed a software that is known as Nutrient Expert. It is a very useful tool where you can directly give some answers to their questions and they will give you the recommendation for your area, and it is suitable for all the crops, and we have standardized it for our area. And based on that, whatever fertilizer dose is being advocated to the farmers nowadays from the DOA side or the UVKV side was developed using this software. So you can definitely use, and we got lots of benefits, and it is available. Although the IPNI has ceased to exist, but this software is easily available. Next one, we have regularly advocated these next two experiments I'm going to show. This was conducted by our Dr. Biplab Mitro, his students. It is leaf color chart, you know very well. It is a very handy tool and it is very cheap tool. You know that it is only 50 rupees. And so you can easily manage the nitrogen in such a way that there should be less loss of nitrogen and you can increase the use efficiency. Simultaneously, use of NDVI sensors can be used, but definitely what I am saying that these cannot be used by the farmers, but you, by doing this practically in some of our experimental plots, specifically in BCKV, UVKV, we can develop some management nitrogen doses for different areas, because it is now high time that we should think that site-specific nitrogen or any nutrient management should be the focus of the day, because farmers are already, we know the cost of fertilizer is increasing, and supplying the nutrients at the right time in this precision agriculture or this system of agriculture where there is an intensive removal, প্রচন্ড বেশি এখান থেকে নিউট্রিয়েন্ট আপটেক হচ্ছে, যেহেতু আমরা একদম গাছের কাছে গাছের গ্রোথটাকে আমরা এমন, we are preparing a system where there is a robust growth of the crops, and therefore if you don't do that, then there will be a huge problem. See, this particular slide I have given here because I want to mention one thing, that in our long-term trial, এটা আমি specifically DO এর অফিসার বা আমাদের সাথে যারা পলিসি মেকার আছেন তাদের ক্ষেত্রে বলছি, আমরা রেগুলারলি লাস্ট প্রায় 10 বছর ধরে 10-26-26 ইউজ করছি। We are using this 10-26-26 for last 10 years. And you will be astonished to know that entire pH has changed. When we started, pH was 5.5. Now the pH stands at 7.5. The problem, initially we thought that it is because of conservation agricultural practices, but later on we could identify it because one of the scientists from Australia, they said that after 35 years of the conservation agriculture, there was no change in pH towards neutral. That means there was no increase in pH due to the conservation agriculture. So how can you get such a change within that short time? So then at that juncture, we found out that it is the fertilizer which is changing it. And because of that, for last 3 years, we faced a huge problem of deficiency of magnesium in those fields. So we could not find out what was creating that deficiency. All the scientists from our end and different international institutes, they visited and they could not identify it. Later on, we got an idea this is because of magnesium. And so this type of magnesium deficiency is very similar to sulfur, and it is very similar to nitrogen. And it appears sometimes what happens, the growth of the crop is stunted, so you may find it may be because of some disease or anything like that, but ultimately it came out to be magnesium. So we had to apply magnesium. So these things we'll have to keep it in mind when we are saying or we are using the fertilizers in a long-term basis. And here I have shown one that how the biofertilizers have improved. This is from our long-term trial, that how the yield is very good. It is good in both in case of conventional tillage. It is good in both in case of zero tillage also, where we are applying biofertilizers. We are inoculating the seeds with the biofertilizers at a rate of 5 gram per kg of the seed. Phosphorus is the same problem, that is a fixation. And one big problem in case of conservation agriculture or using the zero tillage machine is that we are placing the phosphorus on the surface, and that remains there. That is an issue that remains there. And again, one thing is there, that we are adding sufficient or substantial amount of residues on the soil, and that is adding to the phosphorus, and that results in stratification, and that may create some problem in the future after say 10 to 15 years. So now Brazil, which is a country where they have a legislation for tilling the soil, means if a farmer wants to till the soil in their country, they have to take permission from the government. So in Brazil now they are saying that after 10 years you will have to go for slight reversal or inversion of the soil, so that you can mix the soil properly, because all the nutrients are getting loaded on the upper surface. That thing also we should have to keep it in mind, and we'll have to be very careful. For how we can see in sandy soil, it may not be a problem, but in soils which have high clay, the movement of these particular nutrients will be a little bit issue. So we can use these biofertilizers or slow releasing phosphorus, or means less water soluble, or citric acid soluble, rock phosphate, anything we can use. See, I am showing this how the stratification is affecting, and how the place here, the second slide where the arrows are coming, you can see that this is the under ZT there is increase in phosphorus content, but they are being stratified in the upper layers. Eta amader phosphorus and potassium khetre dutor khetrei kintu equally applicable. Now potassium under CA system is you know very well how important is potassium, and lots of things coming out of the issues of burning of the residues. Residue is a very important source of supplying potassium and phosphorus to the plants, and what we have seen specifically in our case in potassium long term, you see available phosphorus has increased slowly in all the layers with the application of residue, and of course biofertilizers, they have all increased. Effect of residue, I have shown specifically residue, how it has improved the potassium.
Only 2 minutes.
Okay, sir, I'm just last one slide. How the potassium has improved the status of because of the residue application, and these two lower slides is showing how the stratification is in. This is probably my last slide. What I'm saying that within the short-term context, there you will find lot of problems, but with the long term, as the your zero tillage will continue, slowly the system will become self-sufficient, self-reliant, and you will be astonished to see that entire things have changed. There is a better percolation, greater water holding capacity. The nutrients have slowly dynamically moving within the system, and as a result of that, the consolidation phase, that is 10 to 20 years, you may get very good results from the system. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Sinha. So, not timely, but after alarm, yes, ended. So now I invite Dr. Das.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon to respected Vice Chancellor BCKV, and good afternoon to respected Chairman of this session. He's a man from social science also, my good friend. The organizer of this program. Of course, the participants in virtual mode and also in physical mode, and any other, and my fellow colleagues. Okay, so basically the program of 2 days, 2 sessions is over. I can tell you that. But additionally, we are going to say something different since morning what we have learned. I beg your pardon to go to a differential topic, which may be not liked by you, not thought of by you.
It is actually
So,
very, very important topic.
Yeah. So the thing is that with I'll be starting my my presentation. Actually, Chairman sir, I'll be taking only 10 minutes to 12 minutes for finishing this one. The problem is that when I used to take the classes in economics, they'll be giving it to after at 3 p.m. when the students are very much drowsy, and the subject like economics is very much difficult to take. Unfortunately, here I am getting the scope after Professor Sina, after Professor Bhattacharya, and Dr. Mitro to give something which is very much difficult to consume. Again, I beg a pardon. But I'll be starting with an example of rationalized cheating. I repeat, rationalized cheating. With a human being, we are being supposed to be rational. That means we'll be doing something which will be supported by reasoning. Okay. Now a office person who used to take the staplers, the pencils from his office for his home consumption, for his home utilization. Now, in true sense, it's stealing. But the person he is stealing, it's a rational behavior. It's a rational cheating. From the farmer's point of view, I'm telling that a farmer knows what is the recommendation of using fertilizer in the field, 60, 40, 40 say. But he will be using the fertilizer at 55, 30, 30 or 60, 45, 45. He knows that he is doing not a good thing. But what he is saying, a green is like a crop standing, the better yield, and that's why he is continuing. What will be calling it? We the scientist will be calling it a cheating, because 5 years later, this same farmer will be telling that his soil is ruined. So that's where the behavioral context of technology recommending is coming. And that's why, as a team, we have chosen these topics for discussion, for placing before you, where we are going. So now coming to the question of CA. Yes, we the advocate of CA, the whole CA fraternity, all of us are part of that. We are striving our best. We are shouting that CA is good. But what is the real condition? Your 0.4% of your net crop area has come to CA. Why? After these 5 years or 10 years, 5 years or 6 years, saddened. We have not failed. We are striving our best. But still, on the other side, who are the actual takers who are not, they are not taking it? You see, I have placed before you the district-wise last frontier. This is the net crop area, and the farming household who are before you, who are the clients, and the immediate frontier, the crop age allocation, where you can go. You can say, for example, that for almond rice, when I am going for CA almond, we have 9,900, 5,000, 5,400 hectares before you. You can go for it. Because if we want to do business, we have to set our target where we want to go. And that's why I have given it in front of you. And again, this is the thing that, yes, if we go for CA, where we can add our national exchequers. I'm telling about the national, I am telling about the North Bengal economy. So this is the picture. You see, exponential curve is setting before you that you can go up to this. This we know. Again, the rationality cheating. This we know. The fact is that we are not being able to go to this curve. Go to this curve. So the question now that what are the ground truths? So the ground truth is telling that even after 4 years, the varying degree of success is there. And we are remaining far below the targeted frontiers. And often low adoption outside the project area. Question is why? Question is why? So, and we have so far, what we have done? We have taken the help of the marginal analysis, the classical example of neoclassical economics. That we have calculated the profit, the gross margin level. Now, thing is that the only neoclassical economics we are finding is that it is not being able to explain what I have told now. That why this lagging is there. The lagging is there in yield gap. Lagging is there in our adoption and in other aspects. So that's why the concept of other thing is coming. That's why the introduction of behavioral economics. Actually, behavioral economics is not a new thing for developed economy. It's a new thing for our developing nations like us. In South Asia, it's a new thing. So now the question is that we'll be interested to know some theoretical thing is that what is behavioral economics? Of course, the name is telling that one. The method of economic analysis that applies psychological insights into human behavior to explain the decision making. Two things I'm telling here. The psychological insights. Since morning, I am hearing about the burning issue, residue burning issue. The question is that, have any one of us asked the farmer why you are burning? Have any one of us asked the farmer, a zero tillage farmer, I have asked him that why you prefer zero tillage, or why I'm telling to him to do zero tillage? Because since my childhood, I came to know that for maintaining the health of soil, puddling or what tillage is necessary. All on a sudden, you people is coming and telling me that don't till. I'm puzzled. I'm puzzled. So that's why the question is, it's a question of psychology. It's a question of mental instinct. And believe me, all of us here, we are in a volatile state of mind. Our mind is very much volatile. So how can I expect that I will be telling a farmer to take zero tillage and he'll be taking next morning, he'll be taking? Professor China will be telling that nutrient management, this is the thing you adopt. He'll be taking? I cannot expect. Professor China will be coming with nutrient management. Professor Bhattacharya will be coming with blight. And Dr. Mitra will be coming with herbicide. I'm a farmer. I'm very much puzzled. What you're telling, man? I want a package. I want a simple. have we considered that why the farmers are continuing with that BB11? Say, why? Who has told him? But he is taking the Swarna Masuri. Why it is continuing so long? Not our technology. So that's why I'm telling that this is a psychological insight. And behavioral economics seeks to explain why an individual decided to go for choice A instead of choice B, even if choice B does not appear to be economically rational. And that last thing is very much important, that humans are emotional and easily distracted beings. They make decisions that are not in their self-interest. This is important. When I'm taking a decision to adopt a technology or not to adopt a technology, I am being influenced by so many things around me. I'm an individual. You scientist, you are thinking that yes, you have got it because you have the emotion that with the over the years of research you have got it. You'll be expecting to expecting that your technology will be taking. But me, I'll be analyzing the net utility of your technology. I repeat, not utility. I'll be calculating the net utility. When this net utility, it is encompassing many things, not simple economics. The surroundings, the institutional arrangements, my relationship with the neighbors, and so many things, what will be influencing to take a technology or not. And so, in short, what I have told that neoclassical economics is based on three pillars. It is rational rational choice and profit maximization. Whereas behavioral economics, it is saying that humans do not always act rationally. I know that it is not a rational decision, still I'll be doing it. It is called bounded rationality. I'm being bounded by surroundings. That's why I'll be doing in that manner. The psychological plausibility, with data on how individuals think, perceive analytical things on that way, and incorporates insight from human psychology into models. And so, in short, I am placing before you the changes. What can, because we should know these things, because we are the extension personnel who are bringing our technology to the field. So first thing, the messengers, that we are heavily influenced by who communicate information. This is very much important. I cannot rely this fellow. I cannot rely this fellow, but I can rely this fellow. So the trustworthiness or the reliability or the proximity of the agent who is bringing the technology to me, this is very much important. And in most of the cases, we ignore that one. Incentives. Our responses to incentives are shaped by the predictable mental shortcuts, such as strongly avoiding losses. Me, as an individual, make a mental shortcut to defend myself. And the norms, we are strongly influenced by what others do, the collective decisions, the collective things surrounding me. Defaults, we go with the flow of preset options, salience, or attention is drawn on to what is novel and seem to relevant to us. And like this, these are, and last of all, the ego, the traditional ego, and I'm not telling. We act in a way that makes us feel better about ourselves. If taking your technology or taking the technology, I am getting the, you see, the success of SRFSI in our North Bengal economy. If you analyze this one, you will be seeing that the champion farmers are there. In the focus group discussion, it has come. The ladies are telling SRFSI is very much successful in empowering women in the North Bengal economy. The women are telling that they are getting the social recognition. And it is helping that because now the decision making is a joint decision making process. The women are provoking their counterparts to go for the adoption of the technology. So that's why that is what ego. That the people are getting the recognition. Our job, what is our job? To find the champions. And I'm skipping this one. So keeping all this in mind, with the help of ACIR again, and led by University of Western Australia, we have started a new project in 2018-19 on these behavioral issues. Because you see, we feel that for technology adoption, people need a nudge, a little bit push. The push may be in the form of what I have told you, the recognition of a champion, or identifying a true or reliable person or the agent who will be bringing this technology, who will be propagating my technology. So keeping all this in mind, the behavioral instinct, we have taken up this project and containing this one. So what are the popular behavioral theories, what we have found so far in this project? The status quo bias, sticking to the default. That means what I have told earlier, that I know that conventional tele system is better. My forefathers are doing it. They have done it. My elders are pulling me back. Don't go for this. Don't go for this experimentation. So I want to keep my status quo. So this is one. Cognitive bias, deviation from the rational decision. That I have some mental shortcuts. I'll be guided by that shortcuts only. The decision inertia, loss aversion, altruistic behavior, this attitude are not experiencing the social influence, the decision influenced by the others. Because my education is less, because I am not a confident person, because I have to mix, I have to live with the society. So I am looking towards some other who will be taking decisions on behalf of me. That social system is 99% cases they are influencing that decision making of adoption and affect heuristic. So I'll be finishing this, our so far findings and the possible implication on it. The farmers believe that no ill difference is there in between CT and CA. This is a deep-rooted belief, and this is a cognitive limitation. We know, as a scientist, we know this is wrong. But this is a belief that it is a strong-rooted belief. No ill difference. Why? They have seen that out of the trials, 100 trials, 60, 70 trials is very good. 30 trials is not that much good. And that failure in the 30 trials is haunting his mind. So now it is not wrong with the technology, but the implication is that certain awareness and proper extension messaging should be there. Regarding message, I am telling you that what should I bring? In case of CA, we can tell you that we used to be tempted to say about the net benefit accrued to the technology. No. The farmers will be interested to know how much loss they will be avoiding. Because in subsistence farming, in these third world countries, people are basically precautionary in motive. I want to save myself. I don't want to take that experimentation. You look towards yourself. How many of us are very much risk experimenting? We are basically risk averse in nature. So we have to think about the farmer in that manner. So CASI is counterintuitive to long-standing belief about what good farming is, till or no till, and need the best effective way of displaying the benefits. I'm not telling that technology is wrong. But the presentation of technology, presentation of messaging, or presentation of putting the things in front of them, we have to think. And farmers find the Cassie farm management complex. This is again a cognitive limitation, but certain training to right family members. Because in the family, when I'm arranging the training, I used to not to look towards who is coming to my training. The person who is taking training is not actually working in the field. So, and the low-lying area unsuitable for RTP, deep-rooted belief. So, and like this, the farmers convinced about the benefit, but prefer to wait before finally adopting. This is inertia again. The inertia within me and exposing to successful farmers or groups is the solution. Wait for government to give subsidy. This is very much pandemic. And it is inertia and government policy and awareness campaign. The subsidy is ruining the society. There is a debate whether to continue with the subsidy or not. But it is creating a subsidy-oriented mind. Whenever any project is coming, whenever any work is you're going to do, the farmers are first asking you that how much they will be getting. This is the situation we have created. So this is the thing I will be telling. This is the subsidy inertia. Now this subsidy inertia is very difficult to break. Looking towards someone for a push, though convinced not coming forward. This is identifying the real champion in that locality. Farmers do not want to take risks, especially in rice field. This is coming under loss aversion. Appropriate message framing again. Small land holding, yes, it is a hindrance for risk experimentation, and CA-based vegetable farming is the answer. And isolated or less demand for CA in an area and cluster formation attitude has to be developed. And basing all these, we have other findings too. I that major things I have given here. But thing is that we have to formulate our package of practices, blending with these social findings to market our CA technology. If we want to success, if we want to go beyond 0.04% to 4% and to 24% or like this. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. And actually, economics say last word, and it is not only economics but also psychology is. So it is very interesting. At the end, it is very interesting. But I think I have some queries. But after the deliberation from Dr. Das, I have got my 90% answer. So I am also a social scientist, so I had that type of questions. But I think the participants should, if they have some queries, they may ask now, author specific or in general, they may ask.
Regarding mat seedbed in our area last year, even before that, we are facing one problem, because when we are putting rice on seed on this polythene flame during hot dry day, particularly sunny day, during hot scorching summer, what happening, water is drying very fast. One thing, root burning also happening, and at the same time water also becoming very hot. That also creates or damaging root. A second thing also, we need some nutritional management, because sometimes we have to keep the seedling there even after 50 days, 50 to 20 days. So we have to mention the particular days, how long we can keep this mat seedbed. Second thing, nutritional management. Third thing, this scorching sunny days, root burning also happening.
you are talking about nursery almond seed bed, right? In almond seed bed, you are not covering it with polythene, na?
Yeah, no, polythene we are putting above the soil, no? Then we are putting the seed.
Okay.
Polythene mat. It is a polythene mat.
Polythene based mat, right? And what is the height of the soil? 2 inches too high. You cannot go beyond 1 inch. First thing is that the soil has to be within one inch. You cannot go beyond that. 2 centimeters.
Then budding more.
No.
Soil retention is very poor. That's why we were thinking to make it some.
No. If you make the soil thickness higher, it will be difficult for the transplanter to pick the seedlings and transplant it. It is not so. First thing is that you have to do that. Another thing is that have you pierced the polythenes? No, yeah, that has to be done.
And then need to frequent irrigation.
Normally, if you go with winner nursery that is covered with polythene, then you need not to go for any irrigation. But if you are doing it open, yeah, you can do it open. Also, you can do winner nursery. No problem in that. But if you are going for open, then if you are doing it on beds with polythene, then you have to pierce it, and in the channels you can fill water. It will take irrigation. It will remain. It will keep the soil cooler, and there won't be any root damage. Yeah, in the channels, and you have to pierce the polythene so that the water comes in the. That is very important. Over.
Number of pores should be like the plastic tray. Otherwise, that will create a huge or generate heat. And that will dry your.
For that you have so for that you have to pierce the polythene.
That is a very easy thing. If you have a
You roll the polythene and pierce it. Random. You will get a net like of thing. Then you do your. No, nothing is required up to 20 days because up to 14 days rice survives on the seed nutrient. It can't take any nutrient from the surroundings. After 15th day, it starts taking some nutrients. So during that phase, we normally advise for a NPK spray. That helps the plant to grow.
One thing, I have one observation. You have any clarification
On this issue that use of phosphorus actually that enhance the incidence of disease in the tray or even mat type nursery in polythene, as well as in Malda we are experiencing that even the use of FIA it's also has an impact or increase or enhance the disease incidence in the nursery. And I don't know what is the real reason behind it. Even the use of, we have experienced it where we have used less amount of FIF, the disease incidence is low. Yeah, sir. Maybe vermicompost, we don't go for vermicompost. Mostly the farmers, FIM is readily available. If you impose vermicompost, then there is a mental inertia.
No, but vermicompost have a problem during germination because in micropod and other systems, if you put vermicompost, then germination is. Yeah, why I don't know. Some toxicity, maybe some problem is happening. For the paddy seedbed, they are also not using that.
But there is some recommendation.
But sir, in the field we are trying.
Not only vermicompost, mixed with soil or vermicompost plus potash.
That maybe mixture will may be effective.
That's why it's getting worried out. Basically, FYM or other things are added to using the soil. So that you see also an issue to the service provider. Yeah. So you can add something else, sawdust. That is a problem during transplanting. That becomes loosening the soil. Yeah. This is another issue. Probably in your soil, the ratio should be worked out. Yeah. Very fertile soils, and so you want to apply your right.
Then glyphosate we have to replace now. Government also restricted in use, particularly in dry seeded, particularly zero tillage and all condition. That's a very good study regarding glyphosate, and two combination also there. Ready-made are available there. Now you have to mix it. Then it is cumbersome for farmers. And again, we have to standardize the dose, and we have to again check any residue or any chemical residue in the harvest product. We have to analyze that thing also. That is very effective. And regarding nutritional management, that is also very good message for us as well as extension people, because we advocate zero tillage in such a way that crop residue will it will give all kind of nutrition to plants. But later on, because now we are using so many hybrid variety, high yielding variety, so next phase nutritional management is very important. So
Yes.
we need some recommendation as top dress for fertilizer or micronutrients.
Actually, initially in this regard, Mahfuzda, in this regard, you cannot only rely on residues. Residues are improving your soil health parameters. It is like it will slowly it will increase the benefits. Not, you will see that after 10 years you will have to add lesser nitrogen or lesser phosphorus, lesser potassium.
Residues will help. Just supplement to Abbasji, if I can jump in.
Yes, Maheshji, yes.
Residues will help, immediately to crop to make a favorable environment to release the more nutrients, because it's conserving moisture and then maintaining temperature. That will help to microbial activities, and that helps to release nutrients from the soil. But itself from nutrients is not going to help it. That way it will help immediate effect. But if you really want to see the nutrient release effect from the itself from residue contribution, it will take time, and it depends also which kind of residue we are keeping. If legumes, then it's more easy. It's cereals, if rice, then it's takes some time to release those nutrients and all, and how much nutrient residue we are applying as well. Regarding one also supplement on nursery, please don't use either FIM or or compost in high ratio. So that should be in very low ratio. It's like around either like 8:2 or 9:1 ratio. That make best effect, and that will provide more. Learn from such miles how they are growing in like 4,000 hectares nursery, and just go and visit and ask how they are maintaining. There's no burning issues and all. So we need to learn from these people as well.
No, actually, his problem was he didn't pierce the polythene and it raised the temperature. That's why in the mat nursery, the root damage was done.
Definitely, in that case, it will be, and then in that case, they need to be keep also always water in the channels, inside channels. So that's
Probably the
water
best
will go.
ratio which we have seen, and Sasmail is working with the ratio of organic matter and soil in our situation, because our situation is the soil is bit sandy. We are using only 4:1 ratio. That is 4 soil and 1 FI.
But that can change according vermicompost, and then multi khad, and then FIM and all.
That has to be standardized. And for Malda, probably it may be 3:1 also, because it is more clay soil.
Any query?
Actually, my part is not query. Just supplement or say something like that. Dr. K.K. Dash. You told that the farmers are knowing the effect of recommended dose of fertilizer, they often do not use that recommended dose. Rational cheating, that's the term you use. But I think it's not rational cheating. They do use their use of fertilizer out of lack of confidence upon our pitch. Whether we are telling them right or whether it will give them an optimum yield at all, they have pretty much confusion about that. And for this, because it is from my experience, I have seen in Hooghly district why I was there as a assistant DA in potato cultivation. They were applying double the recommended dose of fertilizer. When asked, they said, "You keep your recommendation in your pocket. It will give nothing to us in potato." So this is the level of conviction of our recommendation. It should be broken first. The another thing is you told that after so much of effect, we have got 0.4% under CA. Your estimate. I think it is less than that. The major part of the CA area, which we are calling as CA area, it is a modified CA. Just like modified SRI, which it reached as SRI. Farmers have modified their own. In case of this CA also, I think there is a good percentage of area which farmers have modified. I don't think it is a bad thing. Farmers will adapt in their way, in their situation. But truly to say, perhaps it will be less than 0.4%. These two things, and one thing, why the farmers, my perception is why the farmers are not accepting our recommendation blindfolded. Because the farmers are most conservative among all communities. The reason is also known to all. Rightly pointed out, the small holdings. The risk-taking capability is very low. They are the greatest gambler in the world. They invest everything for 4 months for getting a return. That is not assured in any gambling. Anywhere in gambling, there is some assured return. Particularly in this gambling, he has lots of external forces to play. And after that 4 or 5 months of gambling, he will get something or not. So, yes, reservations, conservation, using new technologies, adopting new. I have the observations here. And I have one query about there was a presentation on zero tillage transplanting of paddy. How it is done? I have not come to it. It is not a dribbling of unpuddled rice transplanting. It is a zero tillage transplanting.
So actually at that time, actually in unpuddled transplanted, we are using a dry tillage. We are using a dry tillage. In unpuddled transplanted, we are not puddling the soil after giving irrigation. But here we tried with zero tillage transplanting. That is,
you use the transplanter machine.
Transplanter the machine, mat seedlings.
How it transplants in the zero till condition? I want to know that.
It transplants, but the field has to be a bit clear than what is shown. That with so much of wheat cover, it is very difficult to transplant. Otherwise, it can transplant.
It is possible here only.
Yeah. Light soil. But in which jute? No. No. It is paddy. Jute. Yeah, they don't even till it. Not even a zero dry tillage. That is zero tillage. No. Other crops also. Yeah, that's the part. Jute, it is clear. Yeah. It's very easy.
Sir, it is also possible in Malda, and we have done this before giving a pre-showing irrigation and keep water for at least 1 day. And as because it is on clay soil, there is a little bit like clay, like puddling, little bit. So 1 centimeter or 1.5 centimeter, maximum 2 centimeter is enough to establish the seedling in the soil, and the crop is very good. But the issue is that we have to very cautious about management of it. Otherwise, that will be a great mess. We have to apply good post-emergence herbicide, and even we have to apply good herbicide after 1 day of transplant. And in Malda, we specially go for pyrazosulfuron, ethyl plus petrolachlor combination. That is heroes. Simple petrolachlor will not work very well.
Thank you.
But for cost economics, it will be actually the farmer will get good advantage. But this is a mental blockage in farmers level. It's very difficult to convince. Yeah, even for dry tillage, that unpuddled transplanted rice. In true sense, I do agree with that. Those who are doing RTP, mostly in 6 districts, we can't straightforward calling it.
Yes.
So it is modified CA, you can rightly point.
Modified seed. It fits the farmers. It's okay.
Yes.
Will always actually farmers always optimize. Their situation
May not be the best situation.
Yes, sir. May not be the best situation.
Best technical situation.
But unpuddled transplanted rice is very difficult. It very situation specific and time specific. That is the major issue. Real challenge. And
Tapnaji, again, we should not target as completely stick principles. As Sajalji is saying that we must, work on the to remove the ill effects from the system, and then how to adapt as per the situations. So we need to be smart enough to adapt ourselves as per situations and what technology will go. If zero tillage is a problem, because we know in this area, weed is a big challenge. And if you go for even pre-plant, spray, even then it's a problem for coming weeds and all under no-till rice and all. DSR is not possible, that we cannot recommend due to uncertain rain or no. And that's why we are recommending unpuddled, mechanized transplanting, which is equal or as good as, removing the puddling effects. So that's still okay. So we need to be adopt, and we have a kind of adaptability in ourselves to go for as a best way, rather than to stick with three principles.
Okay, Maheshji.
So thank you everyone. Now I would request.
Chairman sir. Just
Actually, still morning, I was listening the number of lectures, and the very beautiful work that has been done in collaboration with government of West Bengal and CIMIT and our university. And actually, conservation of agriculture, where 3 dimensions, three principles actually, we following 3 principles, we go ahead: the minimum disturbance of soil, and your residue management, and your crop diversification. Actually, this burning of stubbles, these big issues, that is with residue management. One thing that our Honorable Vice Chancellor Bidhan Chandra Kishore has mentioned, that this residue, if it is not profitable to use by the farmers, how farmers could be convinced.
So in these points, I am here. I was hearing the lecture of Dr. Sinha. He was talking about your nitrogen management, phosphorus management. Very rightly you pointed out. You raised the questions, but again we have to find out the solutions. Actually, residue management. When you are talking about, obviously they're having the chances of initial nutrient immobilizations. And in that situation, so what is the started dose of nitrogen in case of your whether we have fixed the rate of residue management and type of residue management with the what kind of starter dose we can fix about for the farmer, particularly for nitrogen. And secondly, in case of phosphorus, you very rightly pointed out, if it is not going to the deep, particular deeper origin, phosphorus is, it is a very localized applications. It is arrested in the stratified in the very surface soils. So again, when we are talking about the long run, this kind of conservation agriculture, for the future case, you again advocating citing the example of Brazil that soil inversions, but other kind of anything that we can do for the farmers, that is another question you have raised, but a solution we have to search for. This is actually I'm putting all these questions for whatever of the lectures coming. So I'm putting grabbing all these things. One thing Dr. Moyes has mentioned as your this happy seeder. This he talked about it's more convincing when you are going for the rice wheat, rice maize kind of your cropping systems. Residue management is there. But in case of as our honorable vice chancellor of Vidhan Chandra District, huge amount of area under your cash crop like potato. So when after rice you are going for the cash crops, there that kind of your farm mechanization what is coming. If when you are going for farm mechanization, the huge amount of cost involvement is there. So in case farmers will be more actually more willing to have that kind of your mechanization when they are with some kind of cash crop like that, rice, you're followed by your potato like that. So that in that situation, what kind of things we are doing or comparing? That is another question came into my mind, and that is your very good try for the herbicide trial, where the where we are trying to change the glyphosate against some kind of your trial for the residue of this glufosinate and others, the new generation herbicides trial, what their residue effect is. That is also maybe coming shortly. We are doing shortly. So these are the few things that came in my mind. Another, in case of your nursery management, for you, very interesting things that you have. If this is the monitoring you have done, where you have put the value of 77%. Value after that you are talking about that stateway management practices. Before that you do, you need not go for that kind of. So my question is that when you talking about the huge amount of loss, and once the disease has started, how the farmers will be monitoring, and when it is when what is the point stage within the nursery, obviously what is the days have you standardized that 77% at which days of seedling age that will be your benchmark like that. So that again, and that kind of your monitoring, is it really farmer case in case of
or if there will be any profile access.
So that is also interesting. So these are the few points came in my mind. Thank you.
Regarding the last question, I will just give you a small clarification. One is that regarding prophylactic, it is essentially seed treatment. Another thing is that if the FGCC actually starts from 95% in a normal situation. Now, from 95% to 80 or 77%, the plants are healthy and they can be transplanted, because this reading, what we have standardized, is on 14th day. Because on 12th day, you uncover the seedling. You remove the polythene cover. After that, after 2 days, the disease starts appearing. Everybody who has the experience, they will say that after 2 days, the disease starts appearing. So on 14th day, if somebody takes a photograph and put it in canopy, it will immediately give what is the situation. If it is more than 77, it can be transplanted, no problem. If it is less than 77, then immediately he has to go for drenching. And this situation arises only if somebody is not following it.
Thank you, Dr. Bandyopadhyay and Dr. Bhattacharya. Now I would like to request Sujan Sen for his message, please. Dr. Sujan Sen.
Yes. Thank you. Now, after the 2 session is over, that is on avoidance of crop residue burning and updation of CA protocol. I am going to discuss in very brief the demonstrations to be conducted during coming T-Kharif maize. I have got green signal from project leader SRFSI this week only, that with the left out unspent fund, we can go ahead with demonstration on maize. So that's why I am trying to explain a little bit in this session. Actually, আমাদের 2019-এর 30শে জুন প্রজেক্ট ওভার হয়ে গেছে। SRFSI আমাদেরকে বারণ, মানে তারপরে আর কোনো যদি ফান্ড থেকে থাকে সেটা কাজ করতে বারণ করা ছিল। পরবর্তীকালে আমরা কমিউনিকেট করেছিলাম, 2-1বার আমরা বসেওছি আগে, কিন্তু সেটা করা যায়নি। আমাদের ব্লকগুলোতে কিছু কিছু করে টাকা তো আমাদের ব্লকটা অনেকেই আমাদের বলছিলেন যে ক্যাশে ক্যারি করতে হচ্ছে, ক্যারি ফরওয়ার্ড করতে হচ্ছে, ক্যাশবুকে টাকাটাকে নিয়ে রাখতে হচ্ছে, অনেকে ট্রান্সফার হয়ে যাচ্ছে ব্লক থেকে। তো এই প্রবলেমের জন্য আমরা চাইছিলাম যে হয় এটা ইমিডিয়েটলি ডেমনস্ট্রেশন সিজনে ধরা হোক, অথবা প্রজেক্টের মানে টাকাটা রিফান্ড করে দিয়ে আমরা একটা এখানে করতে চাইছিলাম। তো এটা আপাতত এখন যা অবস্থা, যে আমরা এটা কামিং সিজনে ডেমনস্ট্রেশন করব, তার একটা গাইডলাইন পেয়ে গেছি ইউবিকেবি থেকে, যে মেজ ডেমনস্ট্রেশনের জন্য একটা কস্ট নর্ম ব্রেকআপ করা দেওয়া হয়েছিল, সেটাকে আমাদের প্রজেক্ট লিডার ব্রেন্ডন পাঠিয়েছে, আমরা তার উপরেই করব। তো সেটা নিয়ে আমরা আলোচনা একটুখানি করি। আমাদের যে সব ব্লক এখানে আজকে দেখতে পাচ্ছি না, ভার্চুয়ালি আমি এই মুহূর্তে পাচ্ছি। আমাদের ব্লকগুলোর মধ্যে আছে গঙ্গারামপুর, বংশীহারি, আলিপুরদুয়ার 1, তুফানগঞ্জ 1, কোচবিহার 1, দিনাটা 2, এই কজন। এর আগে চাচল 2 আর হরিশ্চন্দ্রপুর 1ও ছিল, কিন্তু এখন এই মুহূর্তে মনে হয় ওদেরকে পাচ্ছি না, দেখতে পাচ্ছি না ফিজিক্যালি। আমি জানি না আর কোনো ব্লক এখানে আছে কিনা, মানে আমাদের মিটিং এ ফিজিক্যাল অ্যাটেন্ডেন্স আছে কিনা SRFSI ব্লকের মধ্যে। তো জেলা থেকে আছে অবশ্যই, আমাদের কোচবিহার জেলার প্রতিনিধি আছে ফিজিক্যালি। আমরা আশা করবো যে ওইদিকে বালুরঘাটের ওরাও ইয়েতে আছে, জেলা থেকে, মালদা থেকেও আছে, জেলা অফিস থেকে যারা দেখে তারা ভার্চুয়ালি মিটিং এ আছে। আমরা যে প্রোগ্রামটা করতে চাইছি 16টা ব্লকে, আমাদের যে SRFSI ব্লক যেখানে আমাদের কাজ হচ্ছিল এতদিন ধরে, সেখানে ম্যাচ ডেমনস্ট্রেশনের জন্য আমরা পার একরে একটা ব্রেকআপ পেয়েছি 12,000 কস্ট নর্মসের মধ্যে, যেখানে সিড, ফার্টিলাইজার, মাইক্রোনিউট্রিয়েন্ট, মেশিনারি হায়ারিং কস্ট, কস্ট অফ পোস্ট ইমার্জেন্ট সার্ভিসাইড এবং কন্টিনজেন্সি, এই পারপাসে টাকাটা ব্রেকআপ করে দেওয়া আছে। আর প্রি সোয়িং হার্বিসাইডটা ইউভিকেবি থেকে দেবে, যেটা গ্লাইফোসেটের অল্টারনেট হিসাবে যে ট্রায়াল করে যেটা বাড়িয়েছে। আলটিমেটলি হার্বিসাইডের ব্যাপারটা সবটাই ঠিক ইউভিকেবি করেছে, কিন্তু হার্বিসাইডের আমরা একটু আগে ডক্টর বিপ্লব মিত্রর আলোচনায় যে শুনলাম যে সমস্ত ট্রায়াল গুলো হয়েছে তার মধ্যে মেজের জন্য মোস্ট এফেক্টিভ যে কম্বিনেশন হবে আদার দ্যান গ্লাইফোসেট, সেই কম্বিনেশনটাই আমাদেরকে করতে হবে প্রি এমার্জেন্স এবং পোস্ট এমার্জেন্স স্প্রে হার্বিসাইডের। তো এই ডেমনস্ট্রেশন গুলো করার জন্য যে আমরা ক্রাইটেরিয়াটা রাখছি সেটা হচ্ছে, আমি পরে নিশ্চয়ই ডিরেক্টরের কাছ থেকে চিঠি যাবে। আমি যেটা বলতে চাইছি যে আমাদের যে ফান্ড গুলো ছিল ব্লকগুলোতে, সেই টাকাগুলো বিভিন্ন ব্লকে বিভিন্ন রকম টাকা পড়েছিল। কারোর কাছে মানে সবচেয়ে কম ছিল গঙ্গারামপুরে ৭,৭২৮ টাকা, আর এরপরে ম্যাক্সিমাম ৩৫,০০০ টাকা এরকম ছিল কোনো ব্লকে, কোচবিহার ২ অথবা তুফানগঞ্জ ২ এরকম যাদের আছে। তা আমরা বলছি ১২,০০০ টাকা করে আমরা পার ইউনিটের ধরে নিয়ে, যেখানে আমি যারা আছে এখানে তাদের দু একটা আমি বলি। এখানে আমাদের আছে হচ্ছে কোচবিহার 1 যেমন ২৫,৬১০ টাকা আছে, তাহলে ১২,০০০ করে আমরা ধরতে পারি, ২৪,০০০ টাকা দুটো ইউনিটে লাগে, সেখানে একটা ১২,০০০ আর একটা হচ্ছে বাকি ১৩,৬১০ টাকা, মানে একটা কমপ্লিট ইউনিট হবে। আর ওই এক্সেস ইউনিটটাকে ওখানে ধরে নিয়ে আমরা ওটাকে আর একটা ডেমনস্ট্রেশন করবো, সেটা 1 পয়েন্ট সামথিং একর হবে, 1 একরের হয়তো কিছু বেশি হবে। এরকম ভাবেই একটা, এটাও আমি ফাইনাল করে চিঠির আকারে পাঠাবো। তো সেইটা আমরা ডেমনস্ট্রেশন যখন করব, যেখানে যেখানে আমাদের জেলাগুলোতে কাজ হবে, অর্থাৎ দক্ষিণ দিনাজপুর, মালদা, তারা ওইদিকে ডক্টর তপময় ধরের সঙ্গে এই টেকনিক্যাল ব্যাপারটা যোগাযোগ করে নেবে। আর কোচবিহার, আলিপুরদুয়ার প্রতীক মাধব ভট্টাচার্যের সঙ্গে যোগাযোগ করে নেবে, তারা টেকনিক্যালি মানে ডেমনস্ট্রেশনটা যেভাবে হবে সেটা। আমাদের বিষয় হচ্ছে যে জায়গাগুলো আমরা ডেমনস্ট্রেশন করছিলাম আগে, সেখানে আমরা ম্যাক্সিমামটাই আমাদের এটা ছিল হচ্ছে ফার্মার্স অর্গানাইজেশন, ফার্মার্স ক্লাব, তাদের মাধ্যমে বেশিরভাগ ক্ষেত্রে করা, যদিও কোথাও কোথাও ইন্ডিভিজুয়াল সার্ভিস প্রোভাইডার ছিল। তো আমরা যেহেতু প্রজেক্ট প্রায় শেষ এবং আমাদের এই প্রজেক্টের যারা ছিলেন তার বাইরে আমরা অনেকটা এরিয়াতেই বেরোতে পেরেছি, মানে অনেকটা জায়গা এক্সপ্যান্ড করেছে আমাদের এই সিএ টেকনোলজি। আমরা চাইছি যে এই আমাদের এই আপাতত এই প্রজেক্টের যে শেষ ডেমনস্ট্রেশনটা হবে সেটা আরেকটু এক্সপ্যান্ড করার চেষ্টা করা, অর্থাৎ যেখানে হয়ে গেছে সেটা সেই জায়গায় না করে আর একটু অন্য জায়গায় যদি করা যায়, ব্লকগুলোতে নতুন কোনো ফার্মার্স ক্লাবকে ধরে, ফার্মার্স ক্লাব যারা ইন্টারেস্টেড, যারা করতে চায়, যারা করার মতন কন্ডিশনে আছে তাদেরকে ধরে, এবং যদি আমরা আমাদের যে ডিপার্টমেন্টাল প্রোগ্রাম আছে তার সঙ্গে কনভার্জ করতে পারি, অর্থাৎ আমরা কোথাও ১ একর, ১.৫ একর, ২ একর ডেমনস্ট্রেশন করব, এবং সেখানে আমরা যদি ডিপার্টমেন্টাল আমাদের যে প্রোগ্রামগুলো আছে তার সঙ্গে যদি কনভার্জ করে আমরা আরেকটু বড় আকারে করতে পারি, এই চেষ্টা করা। তো সেটা আমরা এর আগে করেছি, গত ৩-৪ বছর ধরে সেভাবেই করেছি। এবছরও আমরা এটা করে এই কাশি টেকনোলজির যে অ্যাডপশন সেটাকে বাড়ানোর জন্য আর একটু বাড়তি উদ্যোগ নেব। আমরা প্রি খরিফের জন্য আমাদের যে সোয়িং টাইম সেটা এখনো সময় আছে, রবিতে তো আর করা গেল না, এখনো সময় নেই। তো প্রি খরিফের সময় আছে, আমরা খুব শর্টলি এই প্রোগ্রামটার ব্যাপারে চিঠি দেব। গঙ্গারামপুরের টাকা কিছু কম আছে, গঙ্গারামপুরে মাত্র ৭,৭২৮ টাকা আছে। গঙ্গারামপুরের দুটো ডেমনস্ট্রেশন করার জন্য যে বাকি টাকাটা দরকার, সেই টাকাটা আমরা হেডকোয়ার্টার থেকে আমাদের ওইটুকুন টাকা অবশিষ্ট আছে, সেটা আমরা গঙ্গারামপুরকে প্রোভাইড করে দেবো, যাতে তারা অ্যাটলিস্ট ২ একর জমিতে ডেমনস্ট্রেশন করতে পারে। ১৬,২৭২ টাকা এটা আমরা গঙ্গারামপুরকে থ্রু ডিডি অ্যাডমিন বালুরঘাট প্রোভাইড করব। আর বাকি যাদের যা আছে আমি বলে দিতে পারি, সবার কাছে সবার হিসাবটাই আছে আমাদের কাছে। তো সেইগুলো আমরা চিঠি আকারে বলে দেবো। যারা নতুন, মানে যারা এর আগে SRFSI প্রজেক্টে কাজ করেননি, এরকম কয়েকজন আছেন যারা এখন বছরের রিক্রুটি 2016-20 যারা জয়েন করেছেন ফেব্রুয়ারি থেকে পরবর্তীকালে, তাদের জন্য বলি, তারা তাদের আগের ব্লকের যদি কাছাকাছি থাকেন, যারা আগে ছিলেন অ্যাসিস্ট্যান্ট দিয়ে ওই ব্লকে, তার সঙ্গে কথা বলে নেবেন, অথবা জেলাতে আমাদের যিনি SRFSI নোডাল অফিসার জেলাতে আছেন তিনি সব জানেন, তার সঙ্গে যোগাযোগ করে নেবেন যে কিভাবে এই কাজগুলো হয়েছে বা আমরা কিভাবে কাজ করব, অর্থাৎ আমাদের ওই কারা এই কাজের সঙ্গে যুক্ত ছিল আমাদের ফিল্ড লেভেলে তাদেরকে কিভাবে কাজে লাগাবো ইত্যাদি। তো বাকি আমরা নিশ্চয়ই আমরা চেষ্টা করব পরবর্তীকালে আমাদের এই 16 জন অ্যাসিস্ট্যান্ট দিয়ে যারা ব্লকের আছে তাদেরকে নিয়ে আমরা একটা ফিজিক্যাল মিটিং হয়তো সম্ভব হবে না, ভার্চুয়ালি একটা মিটিং করে নেবো যখন প্রোগ্রামটা আমরা ফাইনাল করব। তো ডেমনস্ট্রেশনের ব্যাপারে এইটুকুনি আমার বলার যে অ্যাকচুয়ালি আমাদের ওই হার্বিসাইডের ফাইনালি যেটা হবে, আমাদের যেটা বেন্ডানের কাছ থেকে যেটা আমরা পেয়েছিলাম সেটা হচ্ছে প্রি এমার্জেন্ট হার্বিসাইড, যেটা আমাদের কস্ট নর্মসের মধ্যে ধরা ছিল, টেম্বোট্রিয়ন ধরা ছিল, আর ফিউমি অক্সিজেনটা ধরা ছিল হচ্ছে যে ইউবিকেবি সাপ্লাই করবে। এই দুটোই থাকবে, অথবা এই কম্বিনেশনটা কিছু চেঞ্জ হবে। যদি চেঞ্জ হয় তাহলে এর একটা কমিউনিকেশন করলে ভালো হয়, কারণ আমাদের কাছে এই দুটো আছে। সেটা আমি অনুরোধ করব প্রতীককে যে এই দুটো জিনিস দেখে নিয়ে যে আমরা এই দুটোতেই থাকছি না অন্য কিছু করছি।
আমি এটা প্রোটোকলটাই আমি কমিউনিকেট করে দেবো পুরো ডিটেইল প্রোটোকল।
ঠিক আছে, তাহলে তো কোনো অসুবিধা নেই, আমরা সেইটা দেখে দিচ্ছি। আমরা আশা করছি যে এই প্রজেক্টের যে আমাদের প্রজেক্টের যে অ্যাচিভমেন্ট, সেই অ্যাচিভমেন্ট তো আরো স্প্রে করবে। আমাদের কাশি টেকনোলজির অ্যাডপশন যেটা হয়েছে সেটা আরো অনেক দূর পর্যন্ত এক্সপ্যান্ড করবে, আশেপাশের এলাকায় আরো ছড়িয়ে পড়বে। কিন্তু প্রজেক্টের ফান্ডে প্রজেক্ট রানিং যেটাকে বলে সেটা আমাদের অবশ্যই শেষ হয়ে গেছে, এবং আমাদের কাছে যে ফান্ড ছিল সেটা এই ডেমনস্ট্রেশনের সঙ্গে সঙ্গে শেষ হয়ে যাবে। আগামী দিনে মানে এই ধরনের আর কোনো প্রজেক্ট চলবে কি চলবে না আমাদের এখনো জানা নেই। যদি চলে তখন আমরা নিশ্চয়ই নতুন করে আবার ভাবতে পারবো। সবাইকে ধন্যবাদ জানাচ্ছি। আমার খুব খারাপ লাগছে যে আমার ফিজিক্যালি ওখানে থাকা উচিত ছিল, আমার খুব মনে প্রাণে চেয়েও ছিলাম, কিন্তু আমার পার্সোনাল কিছু অসুবিধার জন্য পারলাম না যেতে, গেলে পরে ভালো লাগতো। যাই হোক, সবাইকে ধন্যবাদ।
Thank you.
ঠিক আছে।
Now I am so
ঠিক আছে।
So I am concluding this technical session with some of my observations and some of the suggestions. Actually, as Dr. Sen had told that the project had already been over. So I don't know whether that will be done or not, or that can be done or not. That because of the post-COVID situation, actually it was a I have something to know from our Biplov that the herbicide is used against manual. Already the farmers are doing manual herbicide, manual weeding, but we are using herbicide. So in perspective of post-COVID situation, I don't know whether that type of thing will be economic or not, because now the many people came here and they are searching for job. But you have developed many protocols, and I think if there is a combination of different types of protocol, what will be the economic feasibility or technical feasibility, that if this technology with that other alternative technology that which are as Sir had told that farmers optimize with their technology. So this type of combination, if that can be taken care of and that can be taken as an experiment, I don't know whether this can be done in this project or any other project. So that is one suggestion from me, that this type of combinations may be tried. And I think that these protocols, because of this workshop is for expansion of these protocols. Our KVK personnel, as there are many areas that there I am seeing, and they are trying this type of technologies, and KVKs can also take these technologies to their FLD for more expansion of these technologies. I request all the KVK persons to contact with these people for this type of technology, and they can take this to the farm through FLD. And I hope that these protocols, that will be a written document to give all the persons, all who are associated with this type of technology transfer. And with this, I thank our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sir of Bidhan Chandra Krishi Vishwavidyalaya. Our Vice Chancellor is busy in some other assignments. I also congratulate him and also congratulate the team of this project for a good endeavor. This type of technology should go only for 0.4%. You are member 0.04%. So I think this is a very effective technology, and this should go more, should be expanded more. And with this hope, I again congratulate and thank all the participants, all the speakers here. And with this, I conclude this session. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Pal, for conducting this session. Now we are moving to the last one. Some physical presence of some assistant DA or scientists of the KVKs are there, and we'd like to give the certificate for attending this workshop. And our Honorable Vice Chancellor from Bidhan Chandra Krishi Vishwavidyalaya is there. And please collect your first. May I put? Abu Bakr Siddiqui, please.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So it's my turn to thank you, everybody, particularly those who have joined virtually as well as physically. I know that in spite of the difficulties, particularly for the government officers, they are engaging with Duar Sarkar. So in spite of this, they have joined in this program, and we are very fortunate and we are grateful to you that you have joined, and hopefully this workshop will help to take your future program also. And if you face any problem regarding this, you may contact with us, and we'll be happy to share our activities, and also would like to help you. And if you face any problem, particularly not only the technical problem, also any collecting or procurement of any herbicides, or if you face any difficulties not to get the herbicide, please contact with us. We are there, and we'll be helping. Help you. So now I conclude this workshop with again thank you to the Additional Director of Agriculture. Throughout the day, he is present here. Honorable Vice Chancellor of BCKV is there. Our Vice Chancellor, Director of Extension, Professor P.K. Pal, and all the participants who has attended this workshop physically. Thank you. Thank you.
A total of 50 participants, including the
total 52 participants were there, and I think it's a great achievement. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being with us online.
Thank you.